Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, April the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Well, I don't see any yeses. Sorry. All right, everybody. Welcome to the trading room for Monday, April the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of the room. A couple of yeses to let me know. Thank you, Dylan, and YouTube. I know you guys can hear me. In the main trading room, a couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, everybody. So what is happening? So of course, this HOTH, huge move here. Guys, I can't, my memory's gone or something. What was the other one? It was another mRNA cancer play. It was either early last week or even late the week before. It wasn't FIO. It was something else. It was a PHIO. That was on Friday, right? I mean, the FIO was on Friday. There was another one that was. There was another one. MDVL. Let me see. It's cheap. No, it was because I don't think so. I think MD. I think this one went a lot higher. LGVN was. Isn't that Alzheimer's? I thought it was LGVN, but then I checked and that's isn't that Alzheimer's? No. It's one of them. It's no video. Ah, no video. And okay, let me see what's going on in our YouTube room. You're sure? Because I see video. Hmm. I see the display, and you guys should be seeing LGVN. So is that for everybody in YouTube? I just want to make sure. Maybe it was SBFM. Let me take a look at SBFM because it got into. Yeah, I think it might have been SBFM. Yes, that's the one. It was SBFM. That's the one. So we're going to be on the lookout now, guys. This seems to be the new kid on the block. mRNA plus cancer, and that's exact. I'm sure this is the same thing. SBFM. It had the big pop on the 5th. Okay, so it's got to be on your end, Miss Gil. Okay, good. I don't know what you're going to have to do on your end, but others are saying the video is fine. All right, what else is happening? So yeah, the big Twitter news. So Elon, the on again, off again. So he's still got I guess he's still got his 9% stake, but he's not on the board. Now, let me just quickly go over the trade of the week, which is IWR. This is a real estate ETF, IWR, and it's considered live at $110.75. Okay, so that is IYR. Sorry. A couple of buyouts to talk about. Sale is a buyout. In case you're seeing sale way up here, and I'm not talking about it. It is a buyout. And these guys, VNet, is also up. They say they have received an unsolicited offer. Okay, but the sale is up because of a buyout. This is an unsolicited offer. All right, yeah, that BCYC. So they did release phase one. I guess the rumor was going to be obviously that it was going to be good, but BCYC we had the lift Friday afternoon, held after hours, and but look at this huge gap down now for BCYC. They released their phase one data. Well, whatever the reason about Elon. Now, T-Mobile is down. I guess, I mean, I'm not completely aware of all the happenings with Discovery and Warner Brothers. AT&T drops as Warner Brothers Discovery starts trading. But anyway, T-Mobile, T is down. Veru, Veru is up. Interesting. Let's see, Adam Feuerstein says is run by Mitch Steiner. Beware. Okay. So it is up. It's a virus play, Veru. I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry, not T-Mobile. Yes, sorry. AT&T. Sorry. Every time I see T, I just think of T. Sorry about that. So it's AT&T, AT&T. Sorry. AFMD, AFMD, AFMD is up on phase one, phase two data. So will this hold? This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. AIM. Now, I almost shorted this one, but I was doing some other things. AIM, yeah, man, got popped up to that 155. It was shortable it was shortable at this point in Interactive Brokers, but again, I was doing a couple other things at the time and then it just dropped. So there is news. It's a phase one. This is more typical of what happens. Eton, 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 ETON is up on some kind of FDA approval, but another one that just absolutely, I mean, there's a dollar move, 580, 460. Another one that was shortable for me. We've already talked about the HOTH, and man, it's holding. It is really holding. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but yeah, could it do? I mean, SBFM came from the pennies also. Right down here around. Wow, this is even worse. Of course, this is months ago, but it came from about 220, and it got up to $10. And the HOTH is coming from even a lower point, 62 cents closed on Friday. NIO is gapping down and it's taking the other three China EV plays down, LI and XPEV. They're basically forecasting a drop in sales in March. AXLA, I think this gapped up. AXLA, some FDA feedback. Okay, so this is all right. So it looks like it is a gap up in theory, but remember it had the huge drop here late in the day Friday. So it's popped up a little bit from that drop, but remember all this is still present, and that's a little bit like the FIO, PHIO. I mean that man, oh man, oh man. I know a lot of you guys were trying to short this. I know Zach, you were trying to short this. William might have been trying to short this. There were never any shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. What a crazy run. I mean, it got all the way to 270. So yes, it's down 20%. It is down 20%, but taking into account that it started at 89 cents before it made its big run. So interesting to see what might happen. It may just continue to dissolve today, but what a run it had. I bring this one up because this is continuing to fall here and it's on a big gap underneath. And this is Hewlett Packard, HPQ. So, I mean, it's not down a lot. It's only down 1.27%, but it is down below the Friday close. 38.28. So it's, yeah, it's a little bit below the Friday close. Of course, I had the big pop up when Buffett disclosed a stake in HPQ. This happened on Thursday. Great, obviously great reaction on Thursday, but it's been selling off. And I mean, look underneath here. I'm not saying it's getting down to $34, but there's really the enthusiasm has definitely waned. BWV, another one that was super active last week on the way down, mainly had a little pop on the way, had a little recovery on Friday. Huge move down on Thursday. It's down 10%. It's an all-time low. I mean, remember now, all-time lows, all-time highs, do not consider anything happening outside of quote unquote normal market hours. Volta, this could show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. VLTA, it could show up. So it sort of had a bit of a recovery. So it did have some news at 9 o'clock that popped it a little bit. Southern Company in partnership with Volta now offering sustainable software, et cetera, et cetera. So this is an EV play, but when I first saw it, it was just down here, which was an all-time low, VLTA. And then last was Cyto, CYTO, virus play. And is it still holding? No, it's not holding at all. Wow, that was shortable for me too. Not holding in the slightest, all the way up to 155, collapsing basically back almost even. Actually has earnings tomorrow after hour before the market opens. Not that that really matters, I think. So yeah, we are kicking off, begrudgingly, William, kicking off earnings season this week. I don't really care too much about the big banks, but JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and some of the other big banks release earnings this week, and we'll get more into it next week. And then the week after, though, is where I'm really thinking we're going to see a lot more excitement. All right, 912. Let me see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Now, last week, it was mainly downgrades, and the theme continues. Yeah, we have a few more upgrades, but still more downgrades. We get the upgrades in. So AT&T, upgraded by JP Morgan. As is WBD, which is Warner Brothers Discovery. So is that the deal? They're trading now. WBD now is trading as yes. Okay. So this is Warner Brothers Discovery. So I guess this is what, a spin-off? Is that the whole idea from AT&T? And there's a couple of upgrades for it. A few more upgrades to go. All right, there are some of well, there are the upgrades. Now I'll get the downgrades in. And as I say, the list is a little more extensive than the upgrades. There's a few more to go. All right, there are the upgrades. There are the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Now I do see Billy on the move here. I don't see the rest of the China stocks really moving. I'm taking a look at KWEB. I don't. Well, let me bring it up, but I do see Billy moving. BILI. Maybe it's moving on its own here. Let me just look at KWEB. The answer is yeah. So look at KWEB, kind of a barometer for the China stocks. And Billy completely doing its own thing. BILI. Trying to see if gold. There we go. There we go. Goldman Sachs initiates coverage with neutral and a target of $35. Okay, so they've initiated coverage with a price target of $35. So I guess that's put a charge into Billy this morning. BILI. Funny, I didn't see that. That was not on the briefing.com list. And let's see if I see any other news. No, okay, so there is other news. Benzinga better start learning how to spell here. But anyway, shares are trading higher following a report that the Chinese government issued new game approvals. Okay, so I guess there are two reasons. There's this, and then Goldman Sachs upgrading them, with a price target of or initiating coverage with a price target of 35. That is the BILI. And if you're new to this, just because Goldman Sachs or anybody else put some kind of a price target, be it on the lower or higher, doesn't mean that it's going to get there. All right. See, I'm just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in. You know what? I think I forgot to mention the IVDA. I did, and I'm sure I forgot. It's right at the top. IVDA unveils Utilus smart pole technology. All right. So now this is one that was. This is the one, in fact, that yeah. I mean, this was an all-time low. I think an all-time low down here. What a nice resurgence it had. Would that have been Friday, a week Friday? Let's see, that is Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Yeah, so that was a week, that was Friday, not last Friday, but the Friday before. I actually remember, I can't remember if I actually did short this one or attempted to short this one. It's not shortable now for me, but at any rate, little pop here for IVDA. Lots of look at the volume, 5.7 million in the float, 6.6 million in the float, 5.7 is traded already. So this is going to trade the float multiple times today, and that is the IVDA. That HOTH is holding really well, really well. I mean, look, where could it? I mean, it's already up 153%. Where could it continue before it hits some resistance? The next high looking left on the monthly chart, and that is 3 months ago. Looks like that's 3 months ago, so it's $1.75. That is the next high looking left. And look at the volume, 30 million. So again, this will trade the float multiple times today. 23 million in the float, 30 million have traded already. Okay, I'm just watching some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. Okay, a little pop here for HYMC. I mean, I know that, some of you follow this one, HYMC tied to AMC. AMC had a big copping tail. I don't believe it. Yeah, that big copping tail, and it came right back down. GME is again still flirting with that 140 mark. So again, I know some of you follow this one. All right, I just heard this one. This was triggering also. BOR, BORR. What's the low here? The low is 383. That's the low on Thursday, 383. The low here is 368. So you could struggle to get through that. If it did, though, this has got some room down to that 330 mark. BORR. See if there's any specific news. Yeah, so let's take a look at the sectors. My guess, I think I know why DeBoer is down, but let's take a look at the sectors before we get for the market opens at 9:30. So again, this can all change. So if you're unfamiliar with what I'm showing you here, these are the major sectors. That's why I thought Bohr was probably down. So these are the major sectors. So this is XLE. This is the major energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up XLE, that 100%. What that means is 100% of those stocks are down from Friday's close. So I haven't looked at energy prices today or oil prices today. Let me just do a quick look. My guess is probably under 100. Let me just do a quick look. Oh, wow. Yeah. So, yeah, so here we go. So there's Brent at 98, 99, 94, and WTI at 94. So yeah, so we're now under 100 again for oil. So obviously putting downward pressure on the energy stocks. So looking elsewhere, there is really no strong sector to start. Market's going to open weekly. So there is no strong sector to start. If we look half an hour from now, things could really change. But right now, as I say, the market is weak and no strong sector. All right, 9:25. So we're about 5 minutes before the open. Now, this is a short week. Friday is a market holiday for Good Friday. Okay, so this is a short week. All right, so this IVDA is holding three, down to 272. It's trying to hold three. Again, another low float situation here. 6.6 million in the float. Did have some news. I mean, it's got probably a lot of resistance right around that four level. But if it can take four out, I mean, it's almost at an all-time high right here. Okay, so I'm going to stick an alert up here at 384. May not do it today, may never do it, but I want to stick an alert up in this area. That would be an all-time high for it, IVDA. LCID, Lucid, or yeah, I mean, I know it's moving. So somebody just posted that on our YouTube room. Dukester did. Yeah, it's moving. MOBQ. Well, again, it's up 4%, 9 cents. Look, if it can take out this high on Thursday at 230, which is very close to, I mean, the next highs are 275 or so, 277. Yeah, could have a. There's no specific news on it today. Well, gold was last week's trade of the week. I think it triggered. It didn't. The stop did not trigger, as I recall. So I guess if you took it last week and you wanted to continue to hold it because it did not get stopped out, it's looking okay. Here's a China stock sinking here. ZH, guys, ZH. Goldman resumes. Why did they care about ZH? Neutral and a price target of $4.70. So Goldman has resumed coverage with a neutral and target of $4.70. All right, so there you go. And the Billy, BILI. SEAC was an earnings play last week, wasn't it? April 8th. Yeah, so this was an earnings play, SEAC, SEAC. Really didn't do much. Okay, one more. All right, one moment, please. All right, everybody, we're now open. I don't recall William telling me it was a minute to the open, but we're now open. So now typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'll let things settle down a little bit. IVDA is surging a little bit here, guys. Again, it's early. IVDA is surging. Now, CCJ actually had an upgrade I noticed this morning. CCJ had an upgrade this morning. Iridium Play, of course, now another all-time high for it. CCJ. I think it had an upgrade. Yeah, it had an upgrade. CCJ had an upgrade. All right, guys. So Hoth is a bit of a struggle right now at 150. HOTH, a bit of a struggle. Roblex, RBLX, Roblex is moving down. Ooh, they just showed up en masse. Look at them all, guys, on the 10-day daily breakdown. All three of the China EPFs. I'm sorry, no, only NIO and XBEP. I don't see LI there, LI. Now it's a little bit early. IonQ. This is another one that is gapping down. It's a little bit early, and there's not an all-time low. Doesn't mean I won't take it eventually, but IonQ, IONQ. Another China stock, FUTU on the way down, FUTU on the way down, TRIB on the way up, TRIB. Again, it's all early. Didn't see this in the pre-market really. TRIB, it's a low float, has earnings after hours tomorrow. Yeah, post-market. Trinity Biotech, so this at 9 o'clock. Okay, you can see the big pop up here. There is some news after Korea's Myco acquires a stake in this company. Okay, so TRIB, TRIB, having a bit of a run here. 14.6 million in the float. Where are they out of? Out of Ireland. Okay. Well, IONQ guys, IONQ is. I want to see if there's any news on this one that I can specific news that I can see. I don't see any specific news. Boy, a bunch of them are now just, immediately showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. The next one is at VCYC. All right, so the open. Dow's down. NAS is down, of course, and SPY is down. So everything is down so far. IonQ. Okay, now typically, I guess I did not put in a filter in my 10-day daily breakdown because normally I don't see ETFs, etc. I must have not put a filter in there to prevent that at my EPS filter. But another one breaking down, FNGU. Well, here's another one hitting SGLY, another one hitting in that 10-day daily breakdown. Now, look left. The next low looking left is looks around 874, 864, 872. So there's a little bit of work to get through this whole level, from 9 down to that 850 mark. It's too bad all this is here. If we were a straight shot down to 7, wow. But to me, there's just a little too much support around that 950 level, or sorry, 850 level. All right, so the IonQ, okay, it's had a little bit of a pop. I'll be interested. What was the alert price at 827? So I'm going to stick an alert right around there and see if it takes it out again. It's a little recovery that is happening, but how long? This was downgraded this morning, guys. This quadruple CCCC. This will, I think this is going to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Certainly the relative volume is fine. The volume is just slightly under, I think, that 500,000 threshold. Let me just refresh my memory here. Yeah, 500,000 shares. The minute that hits 500,000 shares, we will see this, assuming it makes another new low. We'll see this on the 10-day daily breakdown, and that is CCCC. And there it is. There it is. There's the CCC. See, there's a Hoffer Ruby that I see on the way down. ISIG. I don't know if ISIG. I don't see it in my list of. Now, well, if it is, it won't show up because it's only 10,000 shares. I have a minimum 20,000. My halts resumed. I don't see that it's halted though. There, okay, guys. The IonQ. That little pull up, and the CCCC. All-time low now. CCCC all-time low. What you're seeing here, by the way, this KZR, this is just something I left in to show you how you can practice swing trading. This trade of the week is it's an ETF, IYR, real estate ETF, hasn't triggered yet. IYR is the trade of the week. $110.75 is the trigger. Okay, so it is not triggered. So yeah, so VERU had some Well, they put out a positive press release. It's a virus play with the caveat that Adam F. is saying tread lightly because who runs it, but that's his opinion, of course. Boy, keep an eye on that CCC if it drops below 9. I mean, this is an all-time low. All right, well, you're talking about Cantor and Viru. Oh, shoot, wait a minute now. What is the price here? SGLY. Wow. Well, I thought maybe 850 could hold it, but no way. Not, or at that 870 mark. So unfortunately, this was the one I just backed off because I thought maybe there was just too much support right around that area. But it has just powered its way through SGLY. And that is from the 10-day daily breakdown. The alert was at 907. Not the time. The price was 907 at the time was 936. This is what I'm talking about right there. Now CCJ on the upside. Yeah, I mean, I just, with the market doing what it's doing, hard to get too enamored with any going along anything unless it's truly trading on its own. Shoot. Well, that was certainly the one, SGLY. And there were tons of shorts available. Oh no, actually, they're being snapped up now at IB. Only 6,000 shares available at IB right now as they're being snapped up. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them. He said somebody by the name of, I think, Mitch Steiner, Veru. I think that's what I read. I don't know him. I don't know him at all, but this is all I'm looking at. Okay, I mean he's well known in the bio investment sector. Adam Feuerstein. So there you go. I mean, it's possible short, but there are no shorts for me available at PRD at Interactive Brokers for Hoth HOTH. Still strong. I mean, it's holding. It has not collapsed yet. I mean, it got up to 173, but it is not collapsed yet, like you might think. Well, guys, okay, the CCCC took out the whole number. CCC took out that whole number of 9, all-time low now. That was the low on Friday, 9:45. Below that now. Well, I'm not saying Hoth is not a good short, TRD. I'm just saying I don't have shorts available. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't have shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I mean, obviously, it came from what, 60 odd cents? I just don't have shorts available, so. CCCC, guys. The magic was taking out that 9. How's the BCYC doing? 31.27 was the alert. It's just it's about $1 above that. Let's put an alert, a price alert in that area. Just a minute here. Okay. Guys, IVDA continues its move here. IVDA, nice break off that 3 level. Well, again, the longer this HOTH holds, yeah, that 150 mark. All traders are, I couldn't, thank you for Zach and others with the SBFM. I mean, that was the other one, the mRNA cancer. And that happened here on that day here, popped up. And then that was Wednesday. No, I'm sorry, that was Thursday. Got all the way up to almost $10. Can't remember, did they do a financing? Yeah, a little pop here for Twitter, TWTR. Okay, Ruby just opened. Now it was tanking. Yeah, so Ruby was it got halted on the way down. So now this is an all-time low. This will probably, yeah, I'm going to say this is going to show up. It just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown, all-time low for Ruby. All right. Well, I'm going to continue to watch the CCCC and see if it takes out 9 again. A little bit of a pop. I think I'm just going to stick an alert up here for this HOTH around 159, 160 and see if it takes it out on some volume. We need some volume. The volume is drying up. And again, guys, big range every single day. GME, you're following GME. I mean, look where it got down to. Got down to what, down to 140. 140 held. $6 pop. It will not die. Well, that was the one, guys, the SGLY, and the one I kind of shied away from because I thought there might be support about 30 or 40 cents away. Obviously, it didn't matter that support. This is the one. If you took it, well, now if you did take that short, the next low is 737. So I mean, it's still got some room. Shoot. And what is the market doing? So the market is just kind of resting here. That's a first 15-minute candle, just kind of resting, or the second one, sorry, just really not doing too much. All the indices are down, but not really doing too much. All right. Well, guys, so far what I'm seeing in the 10-day daily breakdown is these are bouncing off. They're not, the only one that really persisted on the way down in a huge way was SGLY. But the CCC, it's back above the alert price. So again, what I'm going to do is just stick an alert underneath 9, see if it happens later on. All right, so now I'm starting to get some of the alerts from Zach's topping plays, VNet being one of them. Lots of shares available, Interactive Brokers for VNet. The high in the pre-market was just over 7, I think, 709 or so. Take a look here, 710. That was the high in the pre-market. Let's see if 7 stalls it, and then it drops from there. You're right. I'm sorry. VNet is a buyout. Well, it's unsolicited offer. Unsolicited offer. So I'm sorry, I was thinking of the VERU. So it is an unsolicited offer. Or I'm just checking some of my thumbnail charts to seeing if there's anything interesting happening. All right, Owl. See this one every now and then. Blue Owl Capital, OWL. Owl on the move here. The next high in the monthly chart is 1340. On the weekly chart, it is 14. 1340 is the same. So if it can get through, 1340, then you're looking at a potential getting close to 14. That is for the OWL. All right, guys. ZNTL on the way down here. ZNTL, horrible day on Friday. Sort of remember this one. Below Friday's low, 31.56 at 29.83 right now. It would show up. This will show up on the 10-day daily breakdown once it hits 500,000 shares. It's at 480 right now, and that is the ZNTL. MNTV is triggering here, 1706. Okay, this is triggering. I'm in a couple of scans that I've got, and that is MNTV. However, looking left on the daily chart, 1718, 1707. If it can get through that, it's got some room to get to that 1750 mark. What Hoff is not halted, it's just not trading much. Is that what you mean, Ricky? Not halted. Oh, owl. I see owl. I don't see that it's halted. Nope. All right, guys. The ZNTL, the longer it holds underneath this 30 level. I can't remember exactly what the news was here. It wasn't an earnings play, but I mean, a massive gap down on Friday. Massive gap down following. Yeah, so I don't really remember seeing it, to be honest. I don't really remember seeing it on Friday, but it's down on really bad data that was released. Well, Delta, wow, Delta is having a nice day. How are the other airlines doing? I did see that JetBlue had an upgrade. Let's take a look at, wow, look at the airlines, guys. I mean, again, I guess, of course, direct correlation to the price of oil falling. All right, guys, ZNTL could start its move, as long as it longer it holds underneath 30. Well, something's happening for the Delta. If it's not, Jeffries maintain coverage with a target of 45. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. But Jets, the whole sector is moving. Oh, ZNTL took out 30 again on top. Okay. Seems too many bounces on these ones that are breaking down, even though the market is not really helping, but a lot of bounces. Yeah, so the Ion Q, the quadruple C, and the ZNTL. Though ZNTL did not show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. It would have if it had taken out that low, but they're all bouncing. And again, which is surprising to me because the market is not bouncing. All right, guys, it just doesn't look like this HOTH is going to do what I was really hoping it would do, is take out this area here and just accelerate through on a lot of volume. Doesn't look like it's going to do it. Not yet anyway, but I've got my price alert set up in this 160 level and let's see if it happens later on in the day. We need the volume though. We're not getting, the volume is just, decreasing. You can see that big 15-minute candle right there, or volume bar right there, and we're just getting a decrease in volume. So enthusiasm is not there right now. Now, BCYC on the way down though. This hit the 10-day daily breakdown. But it's pretty, I mean, there's some pretty wide ranges here, fairly wide, like $3 or so. So it's not, it's just, I know, I just don't like it that much. Now, listen, it may just continue down. The issue here, let's take a look at the monthly chart. 2705 is the next low looking left on the monthly chart. So, I mean, it's got room. And they came out with the data, and the market obviously did not like it. There was, I guess there was obviously here was a bunch of rumor at the end of the day on Friday that I guess whatever they were going to present, obviously they thought it was going to be a lot more positive than the reaction now. This is only phase one, also. All right, this one again, super high flyer for many, many weeks. BRCC, and a little pullback a few days ago. Maybe trying to pull back a little bit today. This is showing up on Zacks bounce scan. Again, I don't see any specific news on it, but it is showing up on Zacks bounce scan. 2726 was the alert. Bit of a spread issue. 37.45, not terrible, but 27.37, 27.45. Well, let's see what sort of a bounce it does have. And we're talking about the BRC. See? Market is just flattened right out. Tapestry, TPR showing up on Zach's hopping scan. Well, look at Tapestry. Any news? Let's see. I don't see any news on it. It's on an earnings play. Goldman Sachs screens companies with the best and worst pricing power into earnings season. So maybe they have, is the headline I'm seeing. And obviously TPR is here somewhere. Has earnings on the 12th of May. So that's about a month from now. I'm just looking for TPR, see if I can find. Can't find it. Where are you? It must be here somewhere. Here we are, TPR. All right, so consensus buy. Okay. So anyway, that I guess that's the reason for TPR. $35 calls, okay. So it's getting very, well, it's obviously very close to that. All right, BRCC's having not a bad little bounce. That's what's not a bad little bounce from that from the scan. In fact, that's a great bounce from the scan. I don't usually look at them this early, but it looks like the bounce plays are in vogue right now, even though the market is not doing anything. I have to break this. I have to reduce this and see what's happening. Yeah, not really anything's happening. Market is just flat. But that's a heck of a bounce. Excellent play right there. 27.26. I didn't get in right there. Was in a race was I in at from the 38 level. So that's a great bounce there. Now how's the GGR doing? GGR, let's see if that bounces. 1153 was the alert. No. This is Zach from the trading room. Okay, this is Zach from. This has nothing to do with Zacks.com. This is Zach from the trading room. Put this one together. One of the ones I'm sharing. Let me. I usually do this around 10:20, but I'll just pop my my link in right here, my homepage. And if you go to the scan section on my homepage, you'll see that scan and of course plenty more. Okay, if you click on the link, go to the scan section, right here, scan section, click here, and there it is, Zacks Bouncers. Nothing to do with Zacks.com, okay? Zero. Okay? Yeah, so there's only been one alert, Billy, from the AI so far. And it's not, but I have it sorted on the profitable one, so I'm not even seeing it. So James, I don't understand what you mean. I assume this is live. You have different AI trades than I have listed on mine. These are the only, like, first of all, I have it sorted on the anything profitable. Right now, there's nothing. There's only one alert so far today, and that was BILI. Okay, that's the only alert. Oh, that's got nothing to do. This has got nothing to do with this got nothing to do with the AI. My Brokers Plus, this has got nothing to do with the AI. Okay, this is simulation trading. I go over that in about about 7 minutes from now. This has got nothing to do with the AI. This is just a way in which you can practice trading. All right. Does that make sense? Yeah, this is what I would do though. You know what? It's 10:13. I may as well start. I may as well start earlier. A little spiel. Excuse me. Okay, so first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to well, not Friday, not this Friday. Holiday on Friday. Markets are closed for the Good Friday holiday. Okay, but typically Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. Now I'm going to show you how you can look at it. You have the premium service. You know, this is going a little bit off the way I normally start this, but if you have the premium service, just click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay. That's what I would do. When you do that, this is what you'll see. And I have it sorted on the any profitable. So, I mean, there is one, but it's not profitable, so I don't care about it. Okay. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then the AI here, Holly AI, you'll see the same thing. But, okay, you'll see the same thing. Now, I wouldn't do it this way. I mean, you can, listen, you can load the Holly, the AI channel if you want, but really the only thing you should be paying attention to is this window. So what I do is, again, I just click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. And this is the window, again, that you'll see. And then you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. So instead of having to look at the channel all the time, this is, to me, it's just the only window you really should be paying attention to, and just incorporate this as part of your layout. Okay. AFMD on the move here. Yes, AFMD on the move over 5. So again, what you're seeing here, of course, is the Trade Idea scanner. That's what we are. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So when you click on my homepage link, there's a lot of information. First thing, of course, if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, we have a promo code Easter20 for 20% off. You click on Get Trade Ideas, and this is what you're going to see. All right. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the premium annual, 2,000, less than 20%. Standard is 1,000, less than 20%. The big difference is the AI, which flatly has not really been producing that well over the last little while. I'm hoping that when we get into earnings season, it'll perform a lot better. But right now, You know, I monitor it. All I care about are the ones that are profitable, and then I'll follow those all day long. You don't have to take out an annual subscription though. In fact, don't. If you don't know this program, don't start off with an annual subscription. You can try us out on a monthly basis. Standard is 118, premium is 228. Get the 20% discount off the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, which is fine, this is what you pay going forward. Within 30 days, though, if you take out a subscription today, if within 30 days you decide that you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 20%. Okay. But my absolute recommendation is you don't have to hop into an annual right away. And you never have. You don't want to take out an annual ever. That's fine. A lot of people just go month to month. Now, if you are just starting out with trade ideas, please do this. Click on this Let's Get Started. Okay. And it starts off with the download and installation. There are 10 episodes. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through this. Please do that first before you do anything else if you're just starting out with trade ideas. And once you've done that, now the trade of the week, I'm going to go over, these are 3 free sections, my homepage. The trade of the week is free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and then all the education is here, including a great user guide. Okay, so once you've done this, the getting started, then you can take a look at the user guide. And so it is broken into segments. So if you're looking more information about alert windows or top list windows, etc., the racing, stock racing, you can just go here. And then the full table of contents is all searchable. So don't get hung up on how much information there's here. You don't have to know everything, all right? So assuming you've done all that, now the daily support sessions. So I take a break at around noon Eastern. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. I'm not sure who it is today. It's either going to be Chris, it might be Steve. I'm not sure. Okay, but before I take my break, I'll let you know. I'll put the YouTube link in, and you can head over there for an hour if you want. And then of course Chris Farley of Trade Ideas from 3:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. He takes over in the YouTube room. So there's a lot of support. Daily webinars. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, so you can sign up for them all right here though. And back to basics. If you are new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock? All free. What is not free, you have to obviously be a subscriber if you want to see my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing, including the Zacks bouncers and toppers. These are the 4, gap up, gap down, and the pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. But I have a lot of different scans here. You can take a look at them all. Give me a moment as I'm sizing my screen. Okay, so I showed you that I am sharing a lot of scans. We also have constructed a lot of scans from, if you click on new from our toolbar and click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So for instance, there's a momentum channel. If you like this, we've got a scan. There's the Veru that Shady is talking about. Okay. If you like a momentum scan, this is the same one that's on my homepage, but you know, here it is also. What I'm really trying to show you though, is that you can go to the different channels. And if you see a scan that you think, that might be interesting. And in order to see what it looks like, including all the scans I've got, you just right click and can click on configure and then summary. This is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. These are the filters. And so if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why we see these stocks here. Okay, so again, the concept is this: go to the different channels, extract scans that you think you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring back them one at a time, and thereby creating a layout of scans that we have basically created for you. So you don't even have to know how to create a scan from scratch. Now, down the road, of course, you can always make adjustments to those scans, or of course, you can create your own scans if you want to. If I right click again on an alert window, click on configure, and then I click on search. These icons, when you see these icons, these are all the alerts that we've got. And when you see these icons, these are all the filters that we have. So what we did as a company, we said most people do not want to learn a programming language. So that's why we said, okay, instead of going that route, we decided we'll create a lot of alerts and filters so that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. Do not get hung up on how many alerts and filters we have. And as I'm trying to explain, we have to create a lot of them because lots of different trading styles. You can take a look at them all. You can, do a quick, if you do a search, and all you have to do is if you go right to the top and click on that new high, and then if you click on help, you will see an explanation of all of them right here. You don't have to learn them all. Okay, so don't get hung up on that. Meanwhile, Trib, which I kept hearing earlier, this is the one that the Korean company took a stake in, TRIB. So this is climbing off the bottom here. It's still only 3.5% below the all-time low, or in the range. Meanwhile, BRCC, merci beaucoup, Zach. What a great alert here, guys. 27.26. Okay, and it got up to 28. Well, I mean, it got up to 29. I mean, traded it, of course. But wow, what a great alert. The GGR, I don't think it, yeah, even it bounced 1128, 1171. So we're getting a lot of great little bounce plays. And even though the market is moving down, so the market is not helping, but for whatever reason, these bounce plays are working. I only took the one of them. Okay, next on the hit parade here is NUWE. Okay, so kind of we'll call it a bio and probably a low float. Yep, 10 million in the float, 10.2 million in the float. Half a million have traded so far. It's on the comeback trail also after being beaten up. Looks like this was either an IPO or a symbol name change this month, and it basically slid for the next few months. And I don't see any specific news on it for the NUWE. Don't see any specific news on it. All right, now I'm going to go over this window that we see here called Brokerage Plus. Now, what you see here, these are some demonstrating how you can take trades and hold them, okay, for if you want to practice swing trading. So I'm getting ahead of myself here, but this window is called Brokerage Plus. It's got nothing to do with the AI, okay, zero to do with the AI. I'm going to put this link in, the Brokerage Plus link. All right, so I put this Brokerage Plus link in. There are two videos here. The short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? Now, you can only use this window if you're using the the application, as if you're using our web-based version, not available. But again, please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean that you can't use trade ideas. It just means this feature is not available. That's all it means. If you have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use this, okay? It's an option, it's a feature, it's there if you want to use it. Remember, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. Now, the other huge reason for this is to practice trading. All right, the second video goes into a lot more detail, about how to use this window. And I always like to demonstrate it in its simulation mode. You'll notice Brokers Plus, there were two options underneath. One says live and one says sim. So obviously, if you click on live and you've watched that first video, you can connect to your IB or E-Trade account. But the other huge reason for having this is as a simulator. You got to practice trading before you commit money to the market. It's that simple. And it's simple to use. You just click on sim and let me disconnect first. Okay, I'm going to disconnect. So this is what you'd see. Now this is, you don't have, it's not going to look quite like this. This is I'm in a development build, so it doesn't quite look like this, the order entry, but this is coming. But you just click on sim, and then in this box here, it'll say account. You click on account and then just click on simulated trading default. Now you're in simulation mode. Now, interestingly, you don't even need a broker to use this. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this, but even if you don't have a broker, but you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and because it uses our real-time data. So you can practice trading in here. Yeah, I know we're working with Centerpoint. I am aware of it. I don't think Centerpoint is available in Canada, but yeah, I am aware of it. Meanwhile, yeah. Well, listen. Obviously, Adam F's tweet didn't affect this one at all. Vero. I mean, and it's got through that 200-day moving average like nothing. You just pop that in here. No idea, James. No idea. It's a real problem with their API. So I have no idea. Sorry to be so negative on it, but we thought we'd have it a year ago, or even a year and a half ago, along with IB and E-Trade, but just major problems trying to get it done. So it may never happen. Whew. Okay, guys, let's see now. Now I can start to take a look at. All right, so what I want to demonstrate in this simulator is how you can take a trade on a pullback, okay? And that's what happened with the SFIX, okay? And that happened today. So let me just show you how you can take a trade on a pullback using our simulator. Let's just say you wanted to take this Viru, but you don't want to take it right now. But if it pulled back to say, I don't know, 691, see right here, maybe that holds, and so it pulls back to this level, it holds, and you take the trade. Okay. So let's just, I just want to show you how you do it. So you pick how many shares you want to do this at. Let's take a 300 shares. Okay. I'm going to buy. Now what you do now for you guys, again, you're on a different order entry, but you'll have two boxes. I think one will say, might say price, and the other one will say stop. Just put that, put the price you want to get in at on the pullback, and I'm just going to put 7 in both these boxes. Again, I apologize. I'm on a development version. I have to be, to check for bugs and all that. But the principle is exactly the same. I think you have a price box and a stop box. Just put the same price in both those boxes. And then if you click on buy, it'll send it. We have one more step. We send it. Okay. And you'll see that on the chart, it should be a blue line. A blue line will appear and it says opening. So if Viru gets back to 7, it'll take the trade. So that's how you can take a trade on a pullback using our simulator. Of course, you can do all that if you're connected to your IB or E-Trade account, but fat chance about a pullback now, though. Now, here's the deal. When you put this in, I mean, you don't have to have it stay there if you don't like it anymore. Obviously, you can, something happens and you don't want to take it on a pullback. You just have to go to the orders and do a cancel. Okay, you just right click, cancel. So what had happened here with the SFIX is that on Friday, I obviously had put a pullback to $10 to take the trade, and it took it this morning. So if you keep that in there, it'll act on it. I don't know how many days forward you can keep it. I really don't know, but remember, this is all about practicing. So it looks like Centerpoint CP is available in Canada. Okay, cool. I'm not switching. I mean, I like IB, but for those of you who have 30,000 in your account, it used to be 50 as a minimum for Centerpoint, but if you've got 30,000 in your account, you can sign up with them. You'll get a year of trade ideas for free. And I know Zach likes Centerpoint. Lots of, I mean, I don't know how much it costs, but certainly you can take a look at it now. This was much ado about nothing. This CYTO in the pre-market popped all the way up to 154. I believe it's a virus play of some sort, and now it's gone negative. So the GGR was fairly short. Well, actually, though, I mean, the GGR from Zach Scan, from 1128, it did bounce all the way up to 1170, but it is coming right back down, and it is an all-time low. So, how many shares available? Interactive Brokers, yeah, fair number, 88,000 shares available. An all-time low. Ah, that's right. This is the one that started trading as GGR from the SPAC. The electric scooter market, all right? Well, that's like being a red bar ignored now on the 2-minute chart for VERU, a red bar ignored. By the way, James, are you new to trading by any chance? In terms of, because I don't talk about automated trading at all. I don't believe in it. Um, there are some who will do it, and of course can't prevent it. But what are you trying to automate? Just out of curiosity, if you're trying to automate the AI, I would forget about that. Just a minute, please. For the Chloe lovers, I just took off the sound canceling. I'll put it back on. There we go. So James, I don't know if you can hear me. Well, we have a big topping tail there for VERU at 790 or so. There could be some support on that 2-minute chart anyway, around 720. So that's, in theory, far enough away on a percentage basis, in theory. So again, this is a virus play. VERU is a virus play. All right, so the market now is starting to drift down. Aha, so you see what happened? I left that in there, guys. The KZR, we talk about placing stops, okay? Wanted to leave that in there on purpose to show you how that works. I had a stop for the KZR at obviously around 1550. So it took out the trade. You know, so I can't emphasize enough to practice trading, practice having stops, obeying your stops. When you get into should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. You should have some kind of a checklist. And if you can't check every single box, don't take the trade. It's almost that simple. Well, it is still strong, this VERU. So what is the next high looking left? The next high in the weekly, excuse me, the weekly chart is 791. And that is almost what it got to. It got up to 788. So the next high was 791. I mean, and you look left again, 797. So it looks like there is, pretty decent resistance right around that 8 level. Okay. All right, so the ZNTL now showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown officially. When it was here, it wasn't in it. So it just made a new low though. And that is the ZNTL. All right, guys, HOTH is inching its way up a little bit, just a little bit. Okay. Still on no volume though. So, try not to lose sight of it. And all I would do is just put a price alert. You put a price alert at 150 or I've got it around 160. But what we need is volume. We need a big volume bar, to push it through. Oof, I don't know. This is it's coming from Zach Scan. Wow, this is just getting destroyed here, this GGR. It did have a bounce earlier, but boy, this is just getting destroyed. This will, let's see now. It's not going to show up probably in my 10-day daily breakdown because the relative volume has to be 8 in that particular filter or in that particular scan, and it's only at 1.31 right now. So it's probably not going to show. It doesn't mean you can't take the short in it, but this is, of course, an all-time low now, GGR. It was the SPAC, became GGR a few days ago, did get up to what, 17 something? Well, we've got a couple little topping tails for the Viru. I mean, listen, it could take out eight, I suppose, but that's the struggle right now, is to try to take out eight. Yeah, again, looking left on the weekly chart, you just see some action there. You're right around $8. That's the highs. So, all right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Man, that Viru is super duper strong, guys. It just doesn't look like it wants to quit. Again, be really aware of that eight level. We're going to look at that weekly chart and we see a high of 791 and we see a high of 797 right there a few weeks ago. Where did it get down to? GGR got down to, oh, didn't quite take out 10. Well, yeah, Viru, I mean, this one is absolutely on a mission. I mean, now it just, shredded that 8 level. I mean, the longer this holds 8, I mean, this is just, again, the next highs, I mean, way up here at 10. I mean, that 8 break was the key, guys. I mean, that 8 break, just absolute key. Now we're looking at, again, on the weekly chart, you're looking at 10. Recall by Shady early on in this one. You know, it's interesting because the float is not low unless that float is wrong. I'm going to just check another site because that is a huge move, almost 100% now, and it's not a crazy low float. Let me just I want to just check another site and see what they have for float information. Yeah, that looks around right. 60 million in the float, 64 million in the float. So that's a huge move with that float. I mean, it's not a high float, but it's certainly not low. You don't expect 100% moves with 64 million. I mean, look at this, 97 million have traded now. Well, I said a 9 break is what, not sorry, the 8 break is what got it really rolling again. And yes, okay, the $25 price targets, etc. But the Marigold companies, MGLD. Okay, MGLD, this is on a run here. It's showing up in Zach's topping scan, but take a look at this. Look left on the daily chart. What do we see? 196, 194, 180. The next high looking left looks like it's around 235 for MGLD. I don't see any specific news on it. It is shortable for me. 58,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers. And again, 235, 220, 220 is that next high looking left. Obviously, if it can get through all of this, I mean, at some point it got up to $7. I don't know. Looks like it started trading as MGLD here. I don't know if this was a I don't think it's an IPO. Too cheap. Might have changed symbols and became trading as MGLD here. This is not that long ago, actually, on the 10th of, is that right? Yeah, about a month ago, March 10th. All right, guys, the ZNTL, it appears that it's definitely weakening, and it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 29.60, so it's not that far away from the alert price. It's not an all-time low, but obviously the huge news on Friday drove it down. No, Viru is holding tough. I mean, it's really hanging tough here. VERU. I mean, argument to be made if it takes out 9. Again, the next highs are up here at 10. I mean, you would think that 10 will finally stall it, but look at the volume, 106 million, 64 in the float. This is going to easily trade the float maybe certainly two, maybe 3 times today. This keeps up. The volume, I mean, look at the volume. It's all about the volume, guys. I mean, my big thing was, would it take out 8? I thought it might stall at 8. And, that was my sign. Once it took out 8, okay, you got to try it. And the volume kept increasing and increasing, and it's still increasing. That is one big wow. So I mean, along with the news in terms of the actual news about the stock in terms of an oral COVID treatment, okay? I mean, then you get Cantor putting a $24 price target on it, so that didn't hurt either. Nice, great call, Shady, early on. Okay, what next? I refuse to believe it'll take out 10. So, I'm basically out my entire position. If it takes out 10 later, hey, I don't know, maybe I'll get back in, but I refuse to believe it'll take out 10. But if it does, then you look left on the weekly chart and you've got room, I mean, Where? I mean, the next high is on the monthly chart around 1150, but boy, it'd be hard to believe that it'll take out 10. Okay, what else? I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting happening. As usual, GME's been all over the place. And I keep it thumbnail just for entertainment purposes, really, but it's been all over the place. No, I didn't see this one in the pre-market at all. PCG, look at this drop for PCG. I haven't seen this one in the news for a few years now, but wow, what a devastating. You back this out on the monthly, you'll see what I'm talking about. Even have to go even further back. You know, $60, $70 stock, even further back, $71 stock. Of course, with the California fires and all that, they got just nailed. This was 2017 is when all this started, and that's the PCG. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of the scans I have on my other monitors, seeing if there's anything interesting. I mean, I sort of like the ZNTL, but it's just not too dynamic right now. But you know, if this starts to really drop, I'm probably in this short. Just have to check what the next low is. Looking left on the monthly chart, 2541. 2541 is the next low on the monthly chart, and then after that it is 22. So there's certainly room on the monthly if it takes out that 24. What was it? 2541. In fact, it just did it. It's just sort of doing it now. Well, it did take out nine on the 5-minute chart, and well, it doesn't matter. It takes out 9 The next low in the 5-minute chart would be about 867. The fantasy area for to get down to would be about 760. All right, looking at that 5-minute chart, if you did take this short of Viru underneath 9, that would be the fantasy area to get down to. That'd be about $1.50. Yeah, it is starting to drift down. I'm a little wary of the 10-day daily breakdown when they have these big pops. I'm just a little wary. All right, so Viru right at 9. All right, ZNTL is starting to, boy, if it cracks through 29, look out below, guys. ZNTL, so again, this showed up at 10:44, so about 20 minutes ago on the 10-day daily breakdown. The short alert was at 29.60. Boy, it's stubborn, boy. Viru, it is really stubborn. VERU. We put an alert around 887. I mean, look at the volume. Look at the volume on that 15-minute chart. What time is it now? 11:10. So this volume bar still has 4.5 minutes to close, and it's almost up. I mean, the interest is not decreasing yet. I mean, in fact, this volume bar with about a little over 4 minutes to close could in fact be greater than these two, which would be incredible. I mean, the interest is still there. Hopefully nobody took that short. I mean, look at the volume. I'm not in this anymore, but boy, oh boy, what a. To me, the most interesting thing is that it has 64 million in the float, and it's making a move like this. I mean, this could take out 10. I mean, so hopefully nobody got nailed on a short. I mean, there it is. Oh, there's CCC. Sorry, that was going to be. Yeah, I wish I could get more enthusiasm. I mean, it's a lifetime low. I just wish this didn't happen. I mean, that bounce from 871 all the way up to 986. That's a pretty big bounce. Yeah, the volume is starting to pick up a little bit on the HOTH also. I would not lose sight of this. If it takes this out right here, all this out right here, and pops through, which you'd love to see is a big volume bar about that size. Well, guys, I mean, this is now spectacular. Not in it anymore. Rats, but my goodness, Viru now, VERU now. There's another red bar ignored right there on the 5-minute chart. You're wondering what I'm talking about? Let's bring up a big chart, you're going to see what I'm talking about. So obviously we have an uptrend. You see that red bar? Totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Now there are some topping tails and bottoming tails, but the theory being that a trigger would be at the high of that red candle, which is 958 or so, 960 or so. So this is in theory a long setup. You have a trend, you have a pause in the trend, continuation in the trend. And it's called the red bar ignored. Yeah, okay. I'm just leaving that ZNTL alone. It's just too whippy. I'm just going to leave it alone. Well, it's not been halted. In fact, it might be halted right now. Viru might be halted. Yes, he just got halted. You could just tell because all of a sudden the bid ask was only a penny and it wasn't moving. The official halt hadn't happened, but now it is halted. Well, the Hoth is still, I mean, it's still in play. It definitely is still in play with taking this out. It has certainly a smaller float, 23 million in the float, 110 million. So it's going to trade the float maybe, I don't know, 8 times. And once traders get interested in it again, anything can happen. And this again is a cancer play. Okay, we saw the one last week, SBFM, do something very similar. It didn't come from under $1 when it happened, 223, and it did get up to almost $10. And it's the same concept, mRNA cancer. I mean, I have no idea what that. All I know is that those were the press releases. That's what they say, mRNA and cancer, and that is what's caught the attention for people here, traders here for the HOTH. Same type of a press release. So let's see if there are any clues where this one could open. This is the Viru, okay? The VERU halted at 1092. No big clue. I don't think it's going to, I mean, it might, but this is, typically these are 5-minute halts. What time did it get halted at? 11:15:31. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening at 11:20 plus 31 seconds. And sometimes you can get a bit of an idea about where it may open, but this bid ask is too close to the halt price, so there's no real clue. Sometimes you see, it might see 12 or some crazy thing, but there's no real clue where it's going to open. Can you explain? Yeah, it's called a volatility halt. It's just a computer program kicks in. Okay, it's called a volatility halt. So it's like a pause. Okay, give it a breather. And I know there's a more official definition, but it goes up too quickly. It's like it accelerates too quickly, goes up too quickly in a short period of time, and it just gets halted. And it's a program that kicks in. And so at this point, you can't trade it. Of course, if you're in it, you just wait for it to open. You can't get it into the trade right now as it's halted. And usually they are 5-minute halts. If it's not going to be a 5-minute halt, I'm going to, let's see now. Yeah, 11:20 plus 31 seconds. So in theory, again, if it is a 5-minute halt, this is what I'm talking about. There's a halt at 11:15:31. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it's going to open in, about 20 seconds, less than 20 seconds. So I'll keep it on the screen. Now, if it's not a 5-minute halt, typically they are multiples of 5. So it could be a 10-minute halt. But I would say that at least 90% of them are 5-minute halts. And there we go. So it just opened. It was a 5-minute halt. So it popped a little bit above that 1190. What was the halt? In fact, now it's just, oh man, when I look at where I first got it, oh, wow. Not in it anymore. I think I know what makes this trade great is going to be today, the video series that I do now. All right, 11:21. Okay, I just want to confirm who's going to be in the YouTube room when I take my break at noon. And I think it's either going to be Steve or Chris. So this is still kind of an interesting one. This MNTV, it's not a low float. Yeah, it's maybe 1750 the room, but it's been saw it earlier, then it pulled back, and now it's starting to move again. These are hotkeys, by the way, in the simulator. If you want to get out of a trade, you just highlight it and you flatten it. Okay, so these are we're actually getting more hot trades. We're getting more hotkeys in the. I've seen the prototype. So right now we just have flatten, get out of half your position or double. So looking at my watch list, obviously the Viru, even thinking that it's late at 9:54, the price was 626, obviously pretty good. I don't think the Saito, I think the Saito is, look at even the Saito, CYTO guys is catching it here too. I mean, we saw this in the pre-market, it got all the way up to 155 and it actually went negative, but now it's starting to run. It is starting to run CYTO, and they are a virus play also. Okay, so the Viru is a virus play, so is the CYTO is a virus play. Meanwhile, VERU, yeah, I mean, listen, at some point, will it fall? Of course, but you be first. So this is a virus play also. So, traders are just looking, okay, what could be another one? So 140 is the next high looking left. After that, 198. All they're looking at, guys, maybe what could be another one? And I think that, probably traders are looking at that 154 as a potential magnet. So, the volume is picking up. Look at the volume picking up. And it is a low float, 14. It's a heck of a lot lower than the other one. Boy, is this just resting here? Is this just resting? Look at the volume that came in. I mean, a million shares right here. Volume is picking up. This traders may be looking for a cheaper alternative now to Viru and the same sort of a press release and a lot lower float. Let's see what happens. The next high looking left, I think was 140, but we saw how easily the other, and then 198 after that. So if it takes out 140, look out. Well, guys, I mean, there we go. I mean, can't tell anybody to take a trade, but obviously, I mean, this all trade, it's just trader mentality right now. Meanwhile, I saw Very, well, I didn't see it actually. You're not talking Very, you're talking VERU. There is Very also. VERY, I did see that it was halted. No volume though. Hold on, guys. Hold on. This takes out 150. This other one takes out 150. Look out. Remember yesterday, I mean, not yesterday. This is 140, I said, right? 140. The next high is 198. I'm not saying it's getting there. All right, so today it should be Chris today. Okay, so it should be Chris in our YouTube room today. Okay, so what time is it now? 11:29. So in about 30 minutes, I do take my break. Before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. And Chris Varley, a lot of you know Chris, and he'll be there between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. I mean, there's the magnet, guys. I call it the magnet. I mean, obviously, it's not a technical term or anything like that, but you just look at the pre-market high for CYTO, and it was what, 150, 154 or so before it pulled way back. So I lost sight of it, or I lost interest in it because it pulled so far back. It actually went negative. But again, trader mentality. What could be the next one? Hey, what CYTO it was virus news also, just like the VERU. I have no idea. It doesn't really matter, if this is better virus news than the other one. It really doesn't matter. It's just mentality of traders. Now, HOTH is not doing too much still. HOTH volume did increase a little bit, but not much. Just look at the 15-minute chart, okay? See, it is not really increasing that much. Until it does, forget about it. I wouldn't even look at it in a couple areas. If it took out 150, that'd be one area, but it's got to be done on volume. There's just no volume right now. Now, in relation to the previous volume bars, okay, that's what I'm talking about. But again, I keep talking about the psychology of traders, okay? The fear of the FOMO, right? The fear of missing out. So there are a lot of traders that have looked at this one, the VERU, and saying, "Oh man, I miss this one. I wish could there be another one?" All right, and that's all, in my opinion, anyway. That's all the CYTO is. Traders who miss this one and are piling into a cheaper alternative with basically the same type of press release and trying to take advantage of it. If they miss this. Well, I don't know. This is, I mean, look, the next level is that 2 level. I mean, that is the next level, 198. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just looking left on the weekly chart. actually 165 on the weekly chart, and then after that, that two level. I mean, and look at the volume. It's, it is still there. I mean, 11:34. So this still has about 9 minutes to close, and look, it's probably going to do the same amount. Yeah, if you pick that bottom well, I mean, it happened 11:53, 11:28, 10:46, 9:85. So, I mean, it was a little bit tricky, in my opinion, to try to pick a bottom on this. But hey, obviously, if you the bottom down here was about 960 or so, just a little bit below that 985. A little bit tricky, that's all. All right, guys. So the Saito, I mean, the minute it drops under 150, you've got to really, really pay attention. Okay. Any of these stocks, in my opinion, anyway, any stock under $5, it's usually a bit of a challenge to take out that 150 or the 50-cent level. Any stock underneath $5, a little bit like a whole number. Yeah. I mean, Viru, Viru. Oh, the float. I mean, now it probably is going to trade it. That could even be four times. I mean, 64 million. It would have to get up to about 250 million. I mean, we're at 168 right now, 168 million right now, 171. I'm sorry. Well, look, in the month, this is traded 171 million shares. Today is 168. So there was no clue this was going to happen. None, zero. Well, Zach, you said 13. Who knows? Yeah, I mean, 13 is close. I mean, the next high in the monthly is 1572. It's just pounding through these, in theory, little areas of resistance, in theory. And it just got halted. Yes, just got halted again. Keep an eye on this, guys. Look, the CYTO pulled back. Keep an eye on it. I mean, if it takes out 150 again with some decent volume, it could run big, big sympathy play. So much for a sleepy Monday. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just internal discussion taking place. So really, I mean, if you're into these ones with the ability to really put on moves, I mean, the CYTO, just keep an eye on it. If the volume keeps increasing, but it's got to take out that 150. And then the other one is the HOTH. I mean, it's still a lot of volume, but just not a lot of. I mean, it's huge volume, but look at the 15-minute chart. See how the volume is decreasing and decreasing. So there's just not the interest right now. But out of nowhere, if we get a lot of volume on the 15-minute chart, popping through, the 150, 160 level, I mean, this thing could really run also because of that float, 23 million in the float. All right, let's take a look at the Viru, 1137, so 11:42:22. So within a minute, if it's another 5-minute halt, again, what I'm talking about, halt resumes is one of the scans I'm sharing. So there it is, 11:37:22. So again, if it's a 5-minute halt, you see the previous one, 11:15:31, open right on the penny, or the penny, the second, 11:20:31. So again, that'll be 11:42 plus 22 seconds. So in 10 seconds, in theory, and let's see if it opens. And I see 13. Yeah, it just opened and it just accelerated right through. What was the halt at? 1340. And now we're at 1355. There's quite a few shares available at Interactive Brokers to short 292,000. So there has not been a dearth of shares to short, but wow. I haven't seen one like this for a while, guys. Not with that sort of a float anyway. 64 million, not with that float. Well, let's play the game. What is next here? 1572 on the monthly chart, 1572 on the monthly chart. I mean, it even got as high as 2450 up here. This is when? This is a little over a year ago, February of last year. I guess it's always been a virus play. And unfortunately, the virus is still in the news, unfortunately. When I look where I got rid of it, it's wow. But I'm telling you, CYTO, I do not want to miss it if it crashes through 150. No, I may miss it because I'm going to be on my break soon, but keep an eye on it, guys. 148, 149 on the bid ask on CYTO. Look, I'm not telling anybody to take a trade, but you just keep an eye on it. Look at the volume. That's the last, what time is it now? So that's the last 15-minute candle or volume bar. Okay, biggest of the day now. Now, granted, it didn't really move it that much, but you just have to make sure the volume maintains. Look at the VERU. I mean, the volume's subsided a little bit here, but certainly it's not like it just disappeared. Just a minute, please. Oof. No, I don't consider that a low float. I mean, it's not crazy high, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, 64 million in the float is not a crazy low float at all. I consider anything under 20 low, and but it's just very rare that you're going to get something moving 200% with that sort of a float. I mean, 219% now with that sort of a float, 64 million. I mean, it's not crazy high, but it's certainly not low. I mean, that's why the CYTO, it could do something. I mean, look, it's only up 38%, but look at that float, 14.5 million. I don't know. I'm sure I'll be on my break when it halts down. If it's not gonna, it can't last forever, can it? Yeah, it doesn't look that great for this Hoth, guys. The HOTH. It just doesn't look that great. I mean, surprised there's not more enthusiasm with that float again. 23 million. It just looks like it wants to start to move down now. So no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I think didn't they do a finance? No, oh, no, okay, it's not typically. They came out earlier, said there would be some financing, so we still don't know a price. I know it's a little confusing, but at any rate, you're right. The SBAFM, which is in theory like the HOTH in terms of same sort of a press release, mRNA cancer, but certainly did not have the same sort of reaction that the SBFM. Now, tomorrow, HOTH, who knows? I mean, SBFM, the first day it had the big pop. The second day kind of held, but it was the third day. Look at the third day. Got all the way up to 10 from about 6. So HOTH, we can't take it off our radar. I mean, it's still up 100%. We kind of get jaded, thinking, well, how come it's not up 200%? All right, guys, so what I'm going to do now is just put our YouTube link in. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to be taking my break. It will be Chris Varley. He'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So I will put the YouTube link in. I want to head over there while I'm on my break. I just put it above you, SMG. Just put it above you. Just look. There's the YouTube link right there. Good, John. All right, guys, I am just taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting. And I typically, in the afternoon, is I pay a little more attention to Zach's bounce and topping plays. Nag, 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 but keep an eye on the CYTO. I mean, this Viru is still not ready to give the utter collapse. I remember when you said that at 9 reel, and look what it did. I didn't really break the 9, as you were saying, and look what it did from 9. Amazing. Yeah, I mean it's starting to come down, but yeah, I mean, listen, I'm just not going to step. I'm just not going to step at it into it. I'm more interested in the CYTO, the CYTO. Well, you may be right, but I hope you're wrong. How's that? Wasn't even paying attention to the VWAP. So yeah, the VWAP here is 139 for CYTL. Well, guys, I mean, I don't know what to say. Just I know what to say. 150 was a key area to take out. Now you got to trade them. You know, I'm not. I don't. Look, I'm saying that it could get to two. I mean, that's the next high is looking left, 198. Okay, but there's still no let up in the VERU. All right, because I'm not convinced it's going to take out two. I'm taking some out of this, the Saito, and I'll be taking my break in about 3 minutes or so. So I don't want to be holding this while I'm on my break, but all hey, listen, all bets are off. It takes out two. Look out. I mean, 230 would be the next high, looking left on the monthly. So 188, 198, and then that 230 is the next high. So, you know, if it somehow takes out $2, and look at the volume, guys, it's all about volume. Okay. Oh man. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in the, yeah, I'm sorry, Chris to show up in the room. Okay, so I hardly have any of this left. I just refuse to believe it'll take out two, and I'm going to be in my break. So you know, I definitely don't want to be holding this while I'm in my break. Any great number of shares anyway. All right, I'm just going to put my announcement in. Okay, just anticipating Chris will be here very soon. Wow, and it's now. I mean, I have some left, but not a lot. But the CYTO, look at it go, guys! Holy smokes! And look at maybe people. I mean, there's a bit of a sell-off now, of course, with the VERU, and they may be piling into this one. It's that simple. Trader mentality. You can throw everything else out, if you understand trader mentality. I'm not saying it's going to be working like this every single time, but just think about, anybody who wasn't able to get into VREU and was just, wistfully looking at this run thinking, man, how did I miss that? Then all of a sudden they see the CYTE. Oh, cheaper. It was right down here. I mean, it was right down here. I mean, there was plenty of time to get into this. Okay, I don't see Chris in the room yet. Let me just I'm just waiting for Chris to show up in our YouTube room. Usually they're there by now. It's noon. Sorry, guys. I'm just waiting for somebody to show up in the YouTube room so I can take my break, do my video, have a little workout, etc., etc. I'm just waiting for somebody to show up. Okay, guy, I'm just waiting. Okay, I'm just having a little conversation to figure out who the heck is going to take over YouTube while I take my break. There he is. Okay, Chris, I see you're.
Mr. Barry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you, Chris. Okay, you can hear me, right?
Whoops, sorry, I had the wrong setup. You can hear me now, Mr. Barry?
I can hear you. I can hear you, yes.
All right, let me get my screen up. I completely forgot. Still getting used to new schedule.
That's okay. Okay, Chris, I'll mute myself now, okay?
Alrighty, you're all good, Barry. My bad for being late. So good afternoon, everybody. Apologize, late start here. Forgot that I am now Sean. So just getting started there. Alrighty, and we're all set. So happy Monday to everybody. We still enjoying some chop and slop here in the market. A little bit unfortunate. We just not going to get out of this zone and this misdirection that keeps happening. But some different items to look at here. Plenty of stocks on the move today, that's for sure. VERU, that's made a huge move today. I'm guessing they had some kind of news. Was also looking at CEGG. Was that it? There we go. This had made a big move earlier. had a bit of a pullback. We'll see what happens moving forward from here. So definitely some plays to be had in the market today. Another one, VNet. Set a price alert for this, but never gave me a chance here off the open. And so I kind of just sat back and watched it climb on that 15-minute chart without me. Willow, how's it going? Other than that, really kind of just sitting around on my hands at this moment. And for those that are wondering when I'm saying all this chop and slop, just looking at the indexes here, the SPY, we started to trend a little bit the last couple of weeks back up. We had this nice move and you knew that was not going to be sustainable. And this seemed reasonable pullback here, but then, gap down, gap up, gap down, gap down. And, that's where we're at now. And so pretty clean gap down and go for today. Anyways, we'll see where we end up. And I don't believe any of the other indexes are going to look any better. Look at the Qs, but there goes the Qs. That 350 level is a big deal on the Qs. I feel down here, might want that 320 level again. We'll see what happens. But the big boys, the big girls, the big players, they're just going to chop people to pieces if they're not careful, especially the swing trading crowd, unfortunately. Don't push, don't press. That's why, I've continued to say over the last few weeks, I'm not doing a whole lot with swing trading, or when I do, it's, a day, maybe a day and a half hold at this point. There doesn't seem to be anything, for the strategies that I use and what I'm looking at, anything that's, got a nice clean move, then maybe a slight pullback with another clean move. It's a lot of, a move and then a sharp pullback and then maybe a move again. On the IWM, just more of a kick here. And I was going over this, I don't know if it was last week or the week before, but, we're in the clear, ends up being a bull trap. We're moving down. Short it, ends up being a bear trap. We're moving back down, move back up, and then pop back up, and then pop back down. So, just not fun right now. That's all there is to it for swing traders. But like I said, plenty to be had in the day trading realm, that's for sure. Still got to be, picky and choosy. Box I saw was making some moves earlier. It's kind of on my don't trade list, but all the same, no, not bad. Pretty clean on that 15-minute chart. And even riding this 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart, pretty nice too. So, if you folks have any questions or anything you want to look at, let me know. Some of the things I turned my evening scan into a race. I did this race is, looking at has to have traded at least 200,000 shares here. And this race, it has to have traded 550,000 shares. So just to see, the difference, a contrast between later in the day and with more shares and throughout the day with less shares, essentially. Not so much as later in the day, but, trying to make sure we're looking at more shares here versus here, essentially. So stuff that'll be coming through early, stuff that'll be coming through late. And it's been interesting to see some of the items that came through on the early one that continue to come through in the late one. So here's one that's coming early, only, 280,000 shares traded. Well, we'll see. Does it, does it hold up for the rest of the day and make its way over to the scan? That's what it'll be. These are kind of the little tests and things that I'm checking out to see here with these scans, even when they're so similar, but those slight differences can make a world of difference. And so a way to kind of catch earlier, to look at things earlier, and then maybe get a little more volume confirmation later in the day with it. We looked at the major indexes, RSP. Let's take a look at the RSP, and I guess your equally weighted S&P 500. And again, just doesn't look as bad as the rest does. Just that sideways chop, 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 chop. Going back a year now, essentially. Now we're just chopping around in this range here. And, it popped out of it, popped in, and popped out, popped in, popped out, popped in, popped out, popped in, popped out, banging against it now. And so you got to wonder, if we can hold above this line, that's technically bullish, As far as pivot lines and things like that go, that's, technical bullish move. But again, the S&P, or the SPYs, don't have that same gusto. Because I would consider this line the equivalent of that top line in the RSP, not this line. So it's just a little more choppy, a little more sloppy on this here. Let's take a look at Go. Going. So a lot of grocery plays, a lot of agricultural plays. People are feeling the pinch of this inflation, and we'll see how this plays out. You've got one crowd that believes inflation is just getting kicked off, and another crowd that believes we're halfway through or a little bit more through this inflation cycle. So time will tell who's correct, but regardless of where we are, and if people are feeling the pinch for sure, no question about that. And shopping habits are going to change, spending habits are going to change, travel habits are going to change. We'll see a shift based on all these things, and so that's what we see with a lot of these here. Some of these other big food plays. This was, in the strength alerts last few weeks, and still looking strong again here today. That's not it. EDL, is that it? I can't remember now. Sorry, ACI. That's what I wanted to look for. So, Albertsons, makes this move down. It's got this bottoming tail forming here. This is on your strength alerts this week. We'll see what that equals. Energy names are getting killed. Of course, energy was super high flyer going all through into last week. And pretty ugly start for most energy this week. I'll take a look at Tesla. Give me 1 second there, and I'll pull that up. XOP made a big move down, made a good size move back up, and it's just fading the rest of the day. USO not looking healthy at all there. And but UNG had a big gap up and has held that gap and then some. So depending on where you are in the energy plays, kind of odd. Some of the natural gas plays that I've been looking at are actually quite a bit suffering today. I was kind of surprised about that. So we'll see where that plays off. And then David, should be office hours webinar today because invite email sent, signs up for April 25th. Let me take a look. And then, so I just messaged someone about that, David. And then let's see, Tesla, TS, LA. Not a healthy looking candle right now on this, or a healthy move. This big explosion off of here, but that big explosion is going to be nothing if we close lower today like this. We start to look at lower highs, and then we start to look at lower lows. We'll call that one an anomaly for the moment with the rest of the market. Overall, doesn't look great to me. This is such a weird stock. I mean, I can say that today, and then he'll tweet something out, or someone will say something, and we'll wake up tomorrow and it's at 1,200. So it's certainly not a stock that that I'd bet against necessarily. It's hard to do technical analysis on stocks like this because they do things that they defy all logic of any kind of, trend whatsoever. All right, so I guess there was an editing error maybe on the webinar that sent out. So keep an eye out in the next couple of minutes for another invite to come in and hit that up for the register. Then you should be good to go there. Is what the powers that be tell me. It's interesting. AVD, Andy mentioned this earlier, but it was super thin. I picked up some pretty good volume. That's interesting. It was only at like 50,000 shares earlier. It's an all-time high. No, it's not an all-time high. Got to go way back, it looks like. Get the Wayback Machine for that one. Airlines are strong today. Delta, one of the stronger of all them. American, what does that look like? Not bad. This is a buyout, right? Is it a buyout? I can't remember anymore. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Tesla. I mean, it just, I mean, to me, that candle right now looks terrible. I mean, that looks like it wants all the way back down to 800 easily, and that's not far-fetched, kind of technically speaking. We see how fast and far this thing can drop, but we also see how fast and far it can move up. And I mean, it's not like they're selling more cars than anybody, I mean, many things don't have to make sense. This is one of them that never makes sense to me, but I'm not going to bet against it. I'm not going to bet against Elon Musk. I'll tell you that right now. That's for sure. There may come a day where that makes sense. Today is not that day. I can guarantee you that. I mean, looking at this, I mean, shooting star or whatever you want to call it, inverted hammer. I mean, that looks terrible. A gap down like that, it tries to come back and then starts fading the rest of the day. And you can blame it on the market, or you can blame the market on this even, I would also say, losing this gap here, that gap, and then losing this gap like this now, or even losing it to this level here, you see gets rejected here on that move back up. That move back up coincides with this kind of gap up right there. And so losing that, 900, easily could happen in a day or two. 800 a week from now, it's not far. Like I said, it's not far-fetched, but all of a sudden, some news comes out, a tweet comes out, he jumps on a bull and rides it from Texas to Montana on a cattle drive or something. Who knows what stunts he'll pull. And next thing you know, Tesla's back at 1100. So, I mean, what I'll say is this: it's a great trading vehicle. I mean, as long as you're nimble with it and you're on the right, obviously being on the right side of the trade is, more than anything else. But if you're nimble with it, as far as a trading vehicle goes, but I feel like it's one of those stocks you either, you want to be real nimble and quick with your trading, or you just, sinking in for the long-term investment with it. But this isn't, for me anyways, this is not something I could have the stomach to sit through for a 2 or 3 week position. Not me personally anyways, but I guess it also is going to depend on, account size and time frames and things like that, And I don't have $100,000 to sink 100 shares into this thing. But again, that's me. This is coming through here. This is interesting. See, and this is what I mean by some of these natural gas stocks. Like here's one that's holding real well, crude petroleum and natural gas. But you got Oxy today getting crushed. And again, crude and natural gas, so why is Oxy crushed and why is CRK not? I have no idea. That's like, Oxy's a nice looking chart to me too. And CRK, I mean, this looks a bit overdone, compared, but it's something else I've mentioned the last couple of days last couple of trading days, is stocks that look like they're overdone kind of just keep pushing until they're like super extra overdone, and stuff that looks like it's got this nice kind of setup going into it. They just, they don't make that move out of that setup, or at least the setup that I like normally. So, I didn't look much at the sectors today. Let's take a look here. So, yeah, natural gas had that gap up, faded. It's trying to go positive after the gap up, though. I mean, obviously positive on the day, but positive from the open is what you're trying to do. You got your fear index up on the day for now. But what's the VIX actually doing? Because the VXX can be a poor representation of the VIX. Sorry, trying to find a VIX chart somewhere. All right, yeah, so the VIX is up. The VIX is up 2.5 points today. There's your jet. This is going to be your retail. So retail trying to dig itself out of a hole. Here's the jets. Again, it's just a sympathy bounce. It's just trending down overall. Capitulation on that sell-off. Sympathy bounce happens here. We'll see. Your regional banks. Nothing special going on in the regional banks. They were high flying going into the end of last year, into the beginning of this year. Nice trend that was kind of going on there. I know it's not a perfect trend line, but real nice move, and then that seemed like a logical pullback, and like it was going to march back up towards this high here. It just really faded. And so again, like I was pointing out, Tesla, lower highs, lower lows. So it doesn't look great for the banking sector. Home builders, same thing. All these things that were leaders, especially at the end of last year, that really dragged the market up, really gave it back and then some so far this year. KEB, same thing. More regional banking, again, same story here. Things that were leading into the end of last year are not. We don't really have a market leader right now. Transportation, same thing. We looked like transportation was going to get off. Some shippers have done really well over the last few weeks, but again, just kind of fading these moves. That it seems to be any rally to fade any rally right now seems to be the right move nonstop. And we're seeing that in chart after chart right now. We'll see consumer staples. This is a very thinly traded ETF, but all the same, worth watching. So there's one kind of bright spot, but again, it's so thinly traded. Is it really carrying any weight? There's your broker dealers. I guess people aren't opening brokerage accounts at record paces like they once upon a time were. Software services, again, all these things that look like they might be set for a rally off their bottoms. Was it a possible double bottom coming in here? Nope. I don't think that was. So again, just not looking great. Gold looks like it's setting up again. We'll see here. But that looks good for a setup again right there. Not crazy about the gap up and the giveaway, but again, time will tell with that one. Triple T, what do you got going on here? Short the Treasury, short the 20-year. So I'm guessing the TLT ain't looking too healthy. Oof, that's bad. Bad, bad, bad. Your steel stocks, that looks good. That looks good overall, but again, not a lot going on in that sector as far as volume goes. Your overall financial sector trying to hold up. Your mid-cap trust evenly weighted. Moving back to the lower end of this range, it started, a little over a month ago last year. So, 13 months into this range here, 13 plus months, to be honest. We're almost halfway through April already. Hard to believe. XLB. This is interesting. This is worth watching. Material sector here like this, pops out of this range, pops down in, blocked, made it up through, back down, made it up through, back down, blocked, made it up through, bouncing on this again. So are we going to finally watch this resistance become support? Very good chance that could happen. VERU still climbing here. Climbing across multiple races even. Anything you folks want to go over, you want to look at, or any questions, fire those away here for me. Take a look here at the scan that I created. I don't know, it was last week or the week before. looking at position and range near a lifetime high, and we see not too much coming through this here. So what I did with this scan is looking at stocks between $8 and $50. Had to trade 1 million shares on the day. Relative volume was 1. They got to be within 15% of their all-time high, and there's not a whole lot coming through this right now, to say the least. It's a buyout. I'm guessing a buyout anyways. That's garbage. That's, as far as I'm concerned, garbage. Someone would say, well, why would you consider that garbage? Because look how far this chart fell, right? So you're like, how could that possibly be near a lifetime high falling so far? And then you realize that's 30.50. That's 50 cents difference right here. It's $1, that all that distance. So, it's some kind of ETF or whatever. So, nothing that I'd ever be interested in. Here's Albertsons. So, just kind of hanging in there today. And not bad, considering what we've got for the market here, that's hanging in here. There's your SPY, which isn't looking too healthy right now. Albertsons is hanging in there. CNP, Centerpoint Energy. So that's trying to hang in here too, down just about a nickel. All things considered, with the XOP and the USO not looking so great. Although this is utility, actually. For some reason, I thought this was a gas company, hydropower generation. So XLU, what do you look like? All right. So it's holding up a little better than the XLU, actually, to be honest. Some mining. Now, this used to be classified as a silver miner, now classified as a gold miner. It was classified as a silver miner a couple of years ago. I don't know when they made the change or how that worked out. It's a good looking chart, though. Some resistance going back a couple of years, but all the same, definitely worth watching, definitely worth following. XLRE, this is a real estate ETF that I added to my ETF list recently, and I still like this chart. I mean, we've got some sell off here today, but it's a nice liquid ETF to track the real estate market. And then this has been on, I think, everybody's list for a couple of months now, I guess. Well, not quite a couple months, month and a half since it made this move out of here, essentially. And here's real estate again, IRT. So, so the REIT, but still looks good overall. This was actually, let me delete that. That was from when I did the strength alerts a couple of weeks ago. It's not a stock you're going to set the world on fire with, but it's also one that you're not likely to wake up and find, yourself down $3 a share either. So in a market like this, especially for swing traders, definitely a quote unquote safe haven, I'd call it. EQT, what are you doing here? So, another one of those stocks where it just looks like, how, makes this move. It's got to be done, right? Nope. Makes another move. You get this tail. Now it's done. Nope. I'm just going to keep plugging along. So a lot of these stocks that just feel like they're overdone are not. And again, natural gas extraction and finding those those areas of strength here. I'm guessing either XOP or UNG or both are making a move back up right now. So, yeah, there we go. There's the XOP, UNG. Are you've gone positive for the day? Gone positive for the day? No, not positive for the day. Hanging right out at it. Got rejected off of it before, off that 23. But, I mean, again, I had a bunch of people, after this move up and this move down, really write off natural gas. And then when it couldn't get through these moves here and just kept giving it up, they just kept saying, dead cat bounces to me. And I said, I don't know. I think natural gas is still something there. And, well, that would be correct. Less of a gut feeling and more of a supply and demand issue / a chart issue. When you see a big run up before the heating season really gets kicking in the northern hemisphere, and then it gives it up as it comes in and then starts to get strong again. That's not typical of the heating season. Usually it's more of a gradual move up into the heating season, and here is where you should start to see the move down. So it's kind of a inverse move of what typical heating seasons do for natural gas. Badland, is it possible to make a VWAP with a 9 EMA crossover in 5 minutes? It is not. We do not have EMAs to scan on. What you could do is, this is what I would, these are the kind of things I recommend for cross scans. I'd go with, go to new. If you want it to be an alert window anyways, go to new, search, and I'd look for the VWAP filter, which is going to be VWAP 1, distance from VWAP 1, because it's going to be, the regular intraday. This is 2-day VWAP, 3-day, 4-day, 5-day VWAP, so on. I'd add that filter, and I'd put in a value that's going to find stocks that are, in and around VWAP. So maybe like, a max of, let's say, minus 0.1 underneath, and I don't know, maybe a max of 0.2 over it. So now we're saying price is no more than 0.2% above the VWAP. It's no more than 0.1 below it, or it could be right at the VWAP. All right, so for those that were having the issue with what popped up there on the invite for office hours, check your mailboxes. Always check your spam, or do an inbox search, an overall inbox search, or overall mail server search, because you know how our emails sometimes will get put into promotion folders and things like that. But I was just told that the invites are going out. They go out in batches. So if you don't see it right away, just give it a couple of minutes to refresh. So, sorry, back to the scanning. So, we scan for stocks that are in and around that VWAP, all right? And then we don't have a 9 EMA, but we do have an 8 SMA on a 5-minute chart. So we can go SMA, and let's see, 8 SMA on a 5-minute chart. It's 2 minutes, 5 minutes, all right? So this is going to be pretty close to what you're looking for, that 8 SMA. We can add that filter, and then we can do the same thing here, trying to find stuff that are in and around that SMA. All right. And then, let's give it a price. Maybe we're looking at stocks between $4 and $100. I don't know, just throwing this in here. Volume today, let's say we traded at least 175,000 shares today. Maybe throw a relative volume of, let's say, 1.3 in there for fun. And so it's the basis of a scan, and then we need an alert. We need an event to actually get us there. And, I think a good alert to do for this is going to be a 5-minute high. So we can add that alert. We'll click that in here. And, that's the basis. Here's a template for you essentially to work with. I'll ship this off in a cloud link in a second. But, stock's got in a 5-minute high between $4 and $100. I would see doing a touch more than what it's normally doing for average volume over 10 days. Traded at least 175,000 shares today. It's in and around the VWAP, and it's in and around that 8 SMA on a 5-minute chart. Let's call it near cross VWAP and 8 SMA 5-minute. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and save and share that to the cloud. There we go. Now, I have messed around with custom formulas a little bit in the past. So anybody that wants that, you're welcome to it there. Just make sure you save it to your cloud, because I will go through and I delete anything I don't use. I've messed around with some custom formulas on filters to try to find stocks that are crossing as far as the filter goes, but not the alert, because we can't do custom alerts like that. It was mixed results. I had a scan that I thought was going to be the magic scan, and it ended up being total garbage. So I got rid of it. But here was something that found stuff that was in and around using SMAs. It was in and around at 520 cross. So I created this custom formula here like this, but it actually needed a value in it. I forget what that value is. Let me look it up in a second. For those that are, familiar with customs, they want this here. Here's the custom you can put into your account. So you can copy and paste that custom in. And then just give me 1 second here to look up what that value you want is in there. Load. Yeah, no, Badland. That's what we're here for. That's what that's why I do. I do these every day at 3:30 Eastern. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays is more like this, where it's open forum. Tuesdays and Thursdays, depending on how many people show up, it's supposed to be a getting started webinar for very, very new people. I kind of try to do it a little more structured, and then maybe a couple of minutes of Q&A at the end. But we have this 5 days a week at the noon Eastern, so make sure utilize these. That's what we're here for. Happy to help with things like that. And always, the other thing too, Badland, is just send us emails, info@trade-ideas.com, because we all go through the same emails, and someone might have an idea or thought or built something in the past that they haven't used in a long time, might be able to share it with you. Any kind of scan or thought like that. Stephanie's a wizard at making scans for people, especially when it comes to some of the custom stuff. She's way more versed in customs than the rest of us are, and so I'm not one to usually say no, we can't just do something in general unless someone really is hung up on comparing bars. That's what we can't do. We cannot compare bars. There's a lot of stuff we can do with comparing different time frames if we have the time frame of filter. So I'd always advise, come here, and, I definitely do, or Steve or Andy or Jamie, can always do something like what we just did there with you. And, but also send emails into that info and we all kind of go through the emails. And if, one of us can't find something, maybe someone else can and help you in that regard too. But so circling back on that custom formula I just shared there, if anybody wants that custom formula, put that in, and then the value you want in that is going to be this here. Minus 0.1 in the minimum and minus 0.02 in the maximum. And that's going to show stocks that are essentially, those SMAs are right on top of each other, the 5 SMA and the 20 SMA on 5-minute charts. Chris, I have a question about the market. In a year, do we have more stocks going up or down in price? Well, it's funny that you mentioned it's called market breadth. And I would surmise that this year we have more stocks down, more stocks making new lows than highs overall. But, that's looking at it over the course of a year. What we could do is I'm going to leave this up here, this configure, for just one more second. Or here, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take a screenshot of it. So anybody that, is versed in customs and wants to take that custom that I shared before, this is the formula here for it. This one, let me highlight it. That's the value of that formula there. That's another way to try to do crosses. But again, you still have to find an alert like that 5-minute high, like I selected, or, crossed above resistance or something like that. So I'll leave that there for anybody that wants to use that. That's what we can use the compare count windows for. This compare count window, just 1 second, important message here. So that's what the compare count windows do. I mean, this is doing today, new highs versus new lows here. But let's do an exercise here, all right? So let's see, new compare count window. All right, let's configure green data. All right, so it's got these defaults in here, getting rid of these defaults here. I just want to go through the alerts, see what alert might be appropriate here. I'm thinking new high and using the field there, the filter field in the new high. I just want to take a look at some other stuff in here. Yeah, I think that's going to be the one to use. So click a new high in there. And if we throw 365, we're going to be looking at 50 new 52-week highs. All right. And then, let's give some price ranges here. I'm not even going to put them, well, you know what I'm going to do? I want to get rid of the real garbage. And when I say garbage, I mean, we're not you don't want to look at $2 stocks if you're looking at the health of a market. All right. That's what I mean by that. I even want to make that $5, but we're not going to put a max on it. Let's make sure we're looking at stuff that's liquid enough to really matter. Let's go with 350,000 on the day. And let's get some relative volume in here. Let's go with 0.75 because you can have your apples and things like that, and we don't want to cut them out, but I also want to make sure we're getting rid of some garbage too. So I think 0.75. Let's go with 0.7. I think that might be safe here. But I don't want to overdo this either, with the filters and stuff, because I'm trying to take a market shot, a snapshot of the overall market, new highs versus new lows, over a year. I think that's what I want to stick with right here. So that's going to be our CC new highs. All right. So there's our green data. Let's configure the red data before I forget to change the name on this. New year lows. And then back to selected alerts. Let's get rid of, oops. $365. Let's hide those unused. Let's get rid of that. Change that. Let's get rid of that. Let's give that 350 and relative volume 0.7. All right, and just want to double check that I did this right. I feel like I put something wrong here. No, I did do that right. All right, and that's really it right here. Let's bring this over. Let's go to dark background. I prefer the dark background. And this is what we'll see. We're going to see new year highs versus new year lows. All right. Now this isn't going back, to the beginning of the calendar year. This is looking back 52 weeks. All right. And so look, we can see just these lows that are coming in right now. All right. And if anybody wants this, I'll save and share it to the cloud as per usual. Please, if you do take it, make sure to save it to your cloud. And this will answer our question. We can see, new year lows are being made compared to new year highs here. Each one of these stocks that we can click on any one of them and see, that we're making new year lows here. Here's our first new year highs. I don't even know what that is. Canadian. So we can see right now as things are going, not a good day for new highs. So hopefully I gave you some insight. Sorry, typing out a reply to an email here that I needed to reply to. Hopefully that gives you some insights there on how to pick those up. You know, we can see now that the market's starting to, maybe it's pulling up a little bit. And how do I know that? We can see this green bar is rising a little bit, and we can see a little bit of a fade here on the red bar. All right, and if that wasn't good enough for you, we'll look at that. SPY's trying to make a little move off the bottom here again. So there's always that too. You know, is it going to be lived for long? Who knows? Because this thing is reacting, you know, live with the market. So, you know, sure, it's made this move up, but it can make that move back down real fast too. So don't forget that. Just looking at this VWAP alert. I was waiting to see a few things come through here. So here's one of the big things with cross alerts that I think everybody should be aware of. And this is why I kind of moved away from cross alerts, is most cross alerts want to happen on stocks that gap down, and then price and, or sorry, the moving averages are all catching up to that price, and they'll start to gather together as they either flatten out or make an attempt to move up. But, you know, that's what makes cross alerts kind of, you know, hit or miss, at least for me anyways. You know, the cross alerts, you know, where stocks have maybe opened, you know, kind of flat-ish, and then maybe some kind of interest comes into them. Those are going to be your best bet ones. But I think the ones that gap down and then you're finding some kind of cross alert with them, those are a lot of fake recovery moves. Ones that gap way up, then get flat, you know, those are probably better op than the gap down and reverse one to find them, you know, find the moving averages, grab them and push them back up again. Just kind of my 2 cents on cross alerts. That, you know, I used to think cross alerts were like the holy grail, and then they weren't. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, more stocks are moving, you know, that's just a snapshot of today. Here's 2 snapshots for today. Here's your new year highs versus new year lows, but also keep in mind how many stocks are in the middle, you know, out of, let's say, I don't know, there's 6, 7, 8,000 stocks in the US market. And let's say of those, let's say 3,500 to 4,000 really concern us. All right. You know, how many of those are going to be in the middle of, you know, new highs and new lows, not doing either one of them. So keep that in mind. And that's why I like this for intraday, because now we're just looking at intraday new highs versus intraday new lows and sectioned off by market cap here on all of these. So, you know, I can tell you right now, you know, the IWM is more likely than not getting smoked right now. Well, I won't say smoked, but it doesn't look healthy. And look at that. It is getting smoked. I was right. And how did I know that? Without pulling up the IWM, I could see this right here. The new lows on the day are fading. They're not happening. And new highs on the day are new highs on the day, are fading, and new lows on the day are picking back up again. And so that equals this on this chart real clear. If we move back to a SPY chart again or a Q's chart, I bet that little rally that we just saw was over. Yep, look at that. That little rally we just saw happening over real fast here. And how did I know that? Look at these new lows spike, all right? And the new highs are just sitting down here. You know, they're not going anywhere. Here, you know, they're trying to keep pace with each other in these mid caps, but still not even doing it. And so just, you know, easy market snapshots without looking at all the indexes to really know, you know, is this a day, if I'm up in a long trade, it's a day where I should take the money and walk away and not hold out for more money. That's what that means to me anyways today. What I've seen is that the price of uranium, oil, gas, and food ETFs skyrocket. Even long-term performance is not good 5 years. Yeah, you know, we ask ourselves though, you know, is this the start of a new set of cycles? There are a lot of people out there that believe we are in the beginning of a commodities super cycle right now. Super cycles can last, 5-10 years. So that's something we have to ask ourselves. And, we ask ourselves by looking at charts like this, oil and gas exploration, let's go back to, let's, when we're talking about real long-term stuff, let's get away from daily and intraday charts. Let's look at weekly charts. All right. Let's zoom out on this weekly chart now and get some real data going back here. All right. We're talking back here into, 2010. Look at this move that happened here, and try to think it at this relative basis that, that's $130 or so. That's over $300 up there. Look at that move that happened in those couple of years. All right. And then we've been in this big downtrend that was just, really reversed, last year at this time. And now we're seeing these big moves in oil and gas here. All right. And so, we had this many years, if we went further back, this, probably extends back down to here somewhere, going back into the early 2000s, that chart. All right. That move up that was made in the commodity super cycle of fossil fuels. And we saw a super cycle move down, and now we're seeing, it move up again. All right. These long-term trends, but, to watch these real long-term trends and get involved in these real long positions and things like that, we have to move away from 5-minute, 15-minute, 60-minute and daily charts. We got to move into weekly and monthly charts. The same thing, USO. Now this one resets itself. So this isn't a great one, to be honest, actually, because this resets differently than the rest. This isn't going to illustrate what I want to illustrate with it at all, as a matter of fact. Was something better than I could show, though. What's an ETF to better illustrate what I'm trying to show you? Because a lot of these, they rebalance. And so the chart data going back, unfortunately, is going to be the same. You'd want to start to do cycle theory and cycle analysis on this, which we can't do with our software. Emerging markets. Nah, this isn't really going to illustrate what I want to show you either. Trying to find something that's going to make sense to show you on a long-term basis that isn't rebalanced. I'm not really finding another chart to show it. I mean, we could look at uranium. I don't know if that rebalances or not. One look at the chart will tell us. All right, so this looks, to be accurate to me going back, because uranium hasn't seen much love over the last 30 years. All right, so you've got, you've got a decade flat, essentially. I mean, look at this, so here's 2020, that's 2015. Let's see how far back we can go on a monthly. Like I said, a decade, so you come down here, 5 years moving down, all right, 5+ years moving down, 5+ years kind of flat, and now we start to get a move up. And so we ask ourselves, it's a pretty significant move that's actually happening on this long-term basis here on uranium overall. All right. Look at this line going back here. I'd say that's a pretty big deal, that line, no? I mean, I'm looking on a monthly chart. So, when we're looking at long-term stuff, we got to really kind of like a split TRD, not exactly. But that concept, that same kind of concept is what you're looking at. So move that back to a daily chart there. I don't know if wheat might be a good fund here to look at for this. So I haven't gotten into looking at things like this, to be honest, on these kinds of time frames. So it's actually stuff I'm doing in CMT now. And looking at a lot of these things. Interesting to look at, though.
Mr. Varley?
Unfortunately, our chart data doesn't go back any further than this, apparently.
Okay,
also, I don't
Mr.
know if
Varley.
this fund goes back further than that, to be honest, as well.
So you can't hear me.
Corn, another one here. Curious how far Apple's going to go back. Yeah, so it looks like sometime like 2010-9 is about as far back as we're going on our charts. Whoop, I think Barry's back. I don't have him in my ears, though.
Okay, yeah, I'm here, Chris. I don't know if you want to
Yeah.
kick off. I've been saying Chris.
Sorry, new microphone setup. I didn't have anything in my ears to hear you. Yeah, no.
Okay.
If you're ready, I'm ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Barry. I'll catch you in a couple hours.
Okay, you bet. Thanks. Okay, you guys in YouTube should be able to hear me now. So I was just talking about the PHIO. PHIO may have a little bit of action. 36 million in the float is traded. Sorry, 13 million in the float. It is traded 36 million. So this will easily trade the float, of course, about 3 or 4 times. Of course, it had the huge day on Friday and had the massive run up. It's pulled back, but it looks like it's trying to hold to. As always, we get some volume coming in and it could pop it. Now the SST, yeah, that showed up in your topping tail scan, but unfortunately for those of us at Interactive Brokers, no shorts available. So I will start to pay a little more attention to your topping tail and your bounce plays now that we're into the afternoon. There we go. I had my sound toggle off, so I wasn't hearing any new alerts. Not that I don't know if there are going to be too many new ones right now. Lyra, Lyra. Whoa, well, no way you could have got that. So that showed up in Zach's scan, the CXM showed up right here and then it pulled right back down. So I doubt very much anybody could have got that one. No, 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 no. I'm long gone. Long gone BRCC. It was a beauty though. I'm in nothing right now. I'm in absolutely nothing right now. Well, yeah, I mean, the daily chart, I mean, it's all not quite the all-time high. I mean, it's almost at that all-time high. It just had the pullback this morning and then just, yeah, completely rebounded. I don't know about this SYT or CYTO being a bounce play. I mean, look, anything is possible. The problem here is that, it should have, in theory, it should have bounced here, off that 170. It's holding a little bit. That's a pretty tough candle. So, I mean, will it bounce at some point? Yeah, maybe, but that's kind of in my opinion, a confidence destroyer, that candle right there, that 15-minute candle. Whereas the Viru did not really, yeah, I mean, it came down, but not like these. I mean, there's no massive red candle like we see in the other one. So, if it gets over 13 again, I mean, it's very possible that it'll just have another run in it. So I'm just going to put an alert there, and if it happens, it happens. Yeah, Big Bear, BBAI, 414, 1414. It's got a long ways to go to the next high. Looking left on the daily, over $2. Ping, P-I-N-G. This is just showing up on a scan, but looks like there's pretty tough resistance not that far away on the monthly and on the weekly chart. Was it? Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, the first move was huge. After that, it's kind of done not too much. Only one, there's only one stock right now in my earnings scanner, Trib. That's it. TRIB. Next week, this will be full. Okay, next week this will be full. And maybe even later, a little bit later on today, or not today, but in the week, we'll have some of the banks. We've got JP Morgan. I think JP Morgan is, so JP Morgan is Wednesday pre-market. When's Goldman? Thursday pre-market. Morgan Stanley, Wednesday pre-market. So some of the big banks releasing this week. So nothing really shaking, guys, from my 10-day daily breakdown today. I mean, obviously the SGLY was very good, but I didn't like it because I thought there was some support. But that is really the only one. You know, the rest of them, yeah, they moved down, but then they bounced. So nothing straight down. The CCCC, probably the one I had the biggest hope for because it was a lifetime low. But it really didn't do it. The other one I had some hope for was this ZNTL. It wasn't a lifetime low, but where we got the alert, when you look left, there was still a lot of room. It just didn't want to continue down. And it's not like the market was bouncing or anything, but you know what? We're going to have days like that. Even though I love my 10-day daily breakdown, not every single day is it going to produce. All right, guys, I don't think I've had a new alert for a little while now. Oh, okay, guys, I'm just waiting for some break and something. I've got my price alert set for the VERU over 13 and see if it takes that out later on. All right, guys. Again, I'm just kind of biding my time here, seeing if there's anything. I haven't had a new alert for a while. One of my little pet stocks, though, ALLG, is trying to make a little bit of a move here. Okay, this is always kind of can be a little bit fun. Yeah, I mean, there are obviously people in the room that are wanting to short VERU. I think for me, would probably have to take out 12. I think Rio mentioned that also. So I'll put an alert down around 1182, see if it takes out 12 in a big way. However, I'm just not getting, what was the last alert I got? I think it was at 1232. So this one, SNDX through the 200-day moving average. But when I look left, the next low looking left is 1616. Is that right? Actually, this is an interesting one, perhaps. Okay, guys, SNDX. It is now through the whole number. Looking left, I believe the next low is down here at around 16. So it does have some room. See if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Wainwright's trying to, Wainwright has initiated a buy with a $31 price target. Okay, that is, I believe that's today. It hasn't affected the stock at all. Lots of shares available, Interactive Brokers, 1.3 million shares. So there's a multitude of shorts available, probably in most brokerages. So interesting. I mean, what's the relative volume? Actually, good relative volume, 4.4 times normal. So there's good relative volume. Let's just watch to see how well this holds under 17. And that is the SNDX. Yeah, I'm just catching up now and reading. Yeah, that's a terrible loss. Sorry about that. Yeah, it looks like to me like Hoth is over, Hoth. This does not have, yeah, it looks like it's trying to break down. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, so this just showed up. Is this on the way down? Yes. THCA just showed up on the way down. Okay, and broke down through that whole number of 12. And the next low looking left is 1126. So there is room. There is room. I don't see any specific news on it, but this is now starting to move down, and that is the THCA. All right, so Trib, one of the few earnings plays that I've seen, TRIB, is actually, just kind of moving up a little bit. Big, yeah, it's up 45%. Surprised it's not more active with that float and the fact that it has earnings. I'm surprised it's not a little more active. All right, well, really, I'm just kind of waiting to see if Zach gives us any of his plays, topping plays, or bounce plays later on in the afternoon. Because right now I'm getting nothing from my scans, really. The THCA did show up, but boy, you know what? This could go negative. HOTH? Well, maybe not. Okay. No, that's right. It came from 60. What did it come from? 58 cents, 60 cents. So still has a ways to go. Still up 93%, but really fading badly now. HOTH. That's what I'm talking about. You know that this VERU is really holding 12 well. Hmm. Very quiet for me, guys. Very, very quiet right now. Look at this one. I mean, remember AIM in the pre-market? That's some news. Phase one nonsense. Got up to 155. This is one that I was looking at shorting actually. I got distracted. I was going to short in the pre-market. So it has gone negative. Actually, it's basically flat right now. I suppose, just watch to see if it gets some volume and starts to move somewhat. But it's phase one data. And I don't think it is a cancer drug. Okay, guys, the Veru now, this is now in danger. It'll break down below 12, but then it just pop right up again. Like to see you need well, in my opinion anyway, a major break of 12. I think I have an alert set down around 1180. All right, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Well, he was negative on it in the pre-market, Dave. So this is nothing new. But he was negative on this in the pre-market. It certainly, his tweet didn't didn't damage the stock at all. I'm not saying it won't eventually, but this is what you were talking about. This is what you're talking about right here. But that was at least in Interactive Brokers. That happened at 6:52. So, like we're way over here, like way here, and didn't affect it at all. Maybe he did. All right, I guess I shouldn't lose sight of the CYTO, the CYTO. If it takes out, maybe if it takes out this 160 or something like that, gets into that area, I want to know about it. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade because you've got a lot of resistance, I think, at around 170. So I think I'll stick another alert there also. And who knows? Maybe later on in the day. But look at the volume. It's just gone next to nothing. Look at that. Well, next to nothing. I mean, there's volume, but in relation to the previous bars, it's just there's no enthusiasm right now. Look at the 5 minute, look at the 15. See how it just dwindled down? Oh, that was 3 minutes ago? Okay. Sorry. I'm sort of munching on something. I don't know if. Come on, change in Interactive Brokers. VERU. Hmm. My headline news is stuck. My headline news is stuck, so I'm gonna have to reload it maybe. Excuse me a moment, please. Let's see if this is fixing it. Yeah, so something's wrong. This is just a minute. All right, I've reloaded my headline news for Interactive Brokers. Now let's see if I can see that latest tweet from Adam you guys are talking about. Something's on. Now, Brookline Capital reiterates their buy rating on Veru. I see that. I don't see that last tweet. Doesn't mean it's not, didn't happen, of course. I just don't see it in Interactive Brokers. All you can really say about it right now is that it's holding 12 extremely well. All right, I see BYC, or sorry, BCYC just made another new low. All right, sorry guys, I'm just not getting any new alerts, so I'm just trying to check some of my top list windows to see whether or not there's something interesting. MDVL, take a look at MDVL. Yeah, breaking two, low float, 25 million in the float. Had all sorts of action on Friday, got up to 260 or so. You know, yeah, I mean, if I were a betting man, which I'm not, but if I were a betting man, this looks like it's going to go higher at some point, the VERU. I mean, we need the volume, but the way it's basing here, and the rug has not completely been pulled. Yeah, it got up to 14, so it's dropped, 250, but the longer it holds this 12, but as always, just need some volume. Get some volume to really pop it through. I have no bias one way or the other in terms of what I want to do, but I'm just looking at it and it seems the longer it holds 12. Now it's challenging 12. Now it's just a little bit below 12. Well, I'm not a betting man in the classical sense of the word. Well, just as I was saying how well it was holding 12, now it might be giving it up. But I'd be awfully careful. The longer it holds underneath 12, yes, yes, yes. Well, definitely a little bit of cat and mouse going, but it looks like it really wants to take out that 12 in a big way now, holding 25 cents under. But again, I can't tell you to short this stock, okay? If you're going to, just be awfully careful. Well, real, I hope you're right. What we don't want to see is a lot of big volume coming in. Okay, now we're looking at something that's really interesting. From that 80 level, where do I have my alert? Around 80. Well, the next low looking left on the 15-minute chart is around 11, and it's 1094 actually, but ugly. Look at Hoth. Oh, HOTH, just another new low. Wouldn't surprise me if this broke underneath a dollar. Yeah, I'm hearing IVDA must be popping here. IVDA must be popping. Yeah, look at this. Been very choppy, very choppy, but now it is almost an all-time high, though, again, I don't know, it looks like it started trading as this way down here at 10 cents. But so, I mean, I don't really believe that. The bottom line, though, is that this is now moving, IVDA. And so now, in theory, we're basically at an all-time high. The all-time high, 382, right here, 390. Unless I can find something looking left, I don't think so. Had news, did have some news, and it is a low float, 6.6 million in the float. So I don't think this is truly an all-time high, but whatever it is, it's moving. And it's really moving. It's not a bio. It's a software, some kind of a software program. Yeah, I got something going on with my IB news. It's not correct. Give me a moment. Oh, maybe. Okay. Newly uplisted. So this was an uplisting. Okay. So, man, oh man, what a run, guys. I mean that started at just a little over 3, so it's put on a dollar. And okay, here's a 2-minute chart. So less than 4 minutes ago, this was 340. Wow, 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 is right on VTA. I'm not in it. Got my hands full with the Viru. Okay, so again, I saw a little more advanced version, but this is the news that I saw in the pre-market, the launch of Utilus. Okay, that is the news on IVDA. And all right, guys, now patience did pay off on the VERU. Takes the sting out of not being in the IVDA out. Now the next, the level I see that could really stall it, of course, that whole number of 11. The next low looking left is 1086 on that 15-minute chart. Okay, so I've covered some now. I've covered some, the mid-20s for the Viru, in case it does not want to break 11. All right, well, I have to sort of keep an eye on this IVDA also, because in theory it has no resistance, an all-time high, as an uplisting. Now there it goes. I mean, I'm not in it. I'm not in it. Boy, we've had three today now, guys. Of course, with the VERU, the CYTO, and now this one. Now the last two are definitely low floaters. The other one, the VERU, is not a low float, but big percentage moves. Big percentage moves. Oof. Just waiting to see if VERU can challenge 11 again. All right, guys, again, I'm just waiting on the Veru, to see if it falls down from this 1120 mark, gets close to 11, and takes it out. Well, I got to pay. I know I seem to say this every single day, but pay more attention to my watch list. I mean, now look, IVDA at 338, 455 now. Wow, I mean, it is just ripping here. I think the Rad had a quick gain. Of course, the Veru was awesome. And this, of course, the Saito was awesome. Huge percentage moves in 3 out of the 5 of them. Rad gave you a little bit of a gain. I don't know what the AFMD did. Yeah, a little pop, but certainly 3 out of the 5 were just awesome in terms of percentage moves from my watch list. On the upside, nothing really on the downside. Wow, I mean, it's still going. I know somebody's trying to short this one, but wow. I think it's UZAC, but IVDA, see if there are any shorts available for me. None at Interactive Brokers. Oh. Well, again, there's no resistance for IVDA. Chart resistance anyway. I'm sure there's fib resistance and all that other stuff, but there's no chart resistance or way above the VWAP. Look at that. Even the stock composite rating is high. All right, guys, all out of the Viru. I suspected that it would not take out 11 easily anyway, so I'm all out of the Viru. Well, listen, the BCYC is now at 30. All right, so the BCYC is now at 30, and it's just broke down through 30. I guess the data was published today, pre-market. So I guess, I mean, I don't know exactly what happened here on Friday. If the data, if he obviously either leaked bad or leaked positive data, which it wasn't, because there was no reason otherwise for this to go from 37 all the way up to 50. People thinking that whatever they were going to release was going to be super positive, and it held in the after hours, not like it dropped. But then the data comes out this morning, and it's not good. Phase one. Well, I wanted it this morning, I really did, but I mean, 31.27 was the short, but it was, to me, it was just a little too choppy. It doesn't look so bad now, but it was just a little too choppy. I'm pretty picky about the ones that show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. They've got to, keep moving down, down, down. They don't have, no, I don't mean they have to have giant red candles, but I don't want to see any chop. But with the Viru, I mean, the same thing applies for me on the upside. I mean, if all of a sudden huge volume starts coming in again and it pops through that 12 level, I mean, it could run again. I mean, it's getting closer. Just no volume. Just no shorts for me. Good, nice short there, though. I see why you shorted it. Okay, but again, it started at 388 and got all the way up to 470. So this is the difficulty. You'd be going, okay, now or now or now or now or now. Guys, I mean, the Viru is right back up. I mean, it is right back up over 12 now. So there's a little dollar, almost a dollar pop from where it got down to. Got down to right down to 11, right? 11.10 or something, 11.06. Well, you can look at your BCYC short, maybe. Looks like it is trying to get underneath that 30. And of course, it does have some room. Next low looking left is, well, that's on the monthly chart. I don't know where the next low is on the weekly chart. 31.89. No, that's below that low now. Let's back out the weekly a little bit. So it looks like 28.10 is the next low on the weekly chart for BCYC. So that is, not quite $2 away. All right, let's take a look at this VERU, and we'll do something in the simulator, okay? Now, it's going to be a huge wide stop, just to show you what you can do. So if I were wanting to risk $100 on this trade, I could probably only take, well, what's the low of the previous 5-minute candle? Yeah, I mean, I could probably only take 100 shares if I want to risk $100 on the trade. So, but I just want to show you how you do it. Now I'm going to click the buy. See the bid ask is there. It's a good spread. Send it, and let's see what happens. So if I want to risk $100 on the trade, I just add my stop. My entry was what, 12.10. So I put my stop at 11.10. Before I took the trade, I would know all this. And that is what would share size me. So you see right on the chart now, it says minus $100. So when you ask how is IVDA, what do you mean by that? Exactly. What do you mean by that exactly? And it's pulled back to 4, but that's a massive topping tail. That's a big, big topping tail. I mean, it had news, so I mean that, news hit pre-market, so it had some reaction to the news in the pre-market. Didn't really do much until right here at 1:30 when all of a sudden the volume poured in, and then that next candle, the volume kept coming, but there's been a big sell-off now, so. Did I see some post that he said people are dumping on Pulte for trying to prop up GME? AMAO. I don't think I've seen that one before. They changed their name. Is this a SPAC? Yeah, it's a SPAC. So do they indicate who they're going to buy? Well, this is SailPoint. What? So I don't know why the SailPoint is in here. SailPoint sale is a buyout. That's why you see that flatlining across here. Oh yeah, this. Stop rubbing it in, Zach. Most of us couldn't short it. Well, I shouldn't say most of us. Interactive brokers, there were no shorts available. So stop rubbing it in. Good. The tease, Zach. All right, guys, 2 o'clock. So we got another hour of my being on the mic. I'll shut the room down at 3:30. Chris will take over in the YouTube room at 3:30. He'll go from 3:30 to 4:30. Veru inching its way up. VERU inching its way up. This is a classic, you cannot walk away from your computer. So if you were short this one thinking, oh, great, it's finally going to fall, and it'll probably fall right down to 6. No. Yeah, I'm not swinging anything, Ija. Yeah, it may work, but yeah, it just doesn't interest me. But if you're in this one, good luck to you. Boy, this is just ripping now, guys. I mean, this is a very impressive comeback. I mean, I'm sure most thought that this was the end right there. Okay, but this takes out 13 now, and we could get a lot of action again. I mean, the high was what? 14, what was the high? It was 1457. These little highs here are around 1350. Takes out 14, 13 again. Just like this, it's doing it on not unbelievable volume. We're not seeing a big volume burst here on the 15, but that's the issue right now. I think we need some volume to really pop it through 13, and then this thing could keep running for a while. And this thing being VERU. And you know what is coming crawling back also is the Saito, the CYTO, along with the V. It's sort of tracking the VERU. CYTO. It is trying to come back also. So I'm in nothing right now, but certainly definitely keeping an eye on the VERU. But I want volume. I want some volume to really come in here. Well, your BRCC. I mean, to me, it was too choppy to hold. But boy, oh boy, now this is an all-time high again. BRCC. It was just too choppy for me to hold. Keep an eye on this one, guys. The CXM. Keep an eye on this one. This had the big topping tail here. Came right back down, curling a little bit. This takes out 14. I'm talking about the CXM. Takes out 14. This could have a little run in it. What's the volume like? Yeah, 2.7 times normal, almost a million shares now. So this could have a little bit of a run in it, guys. Maybe that topping tail will be a bit of a magnet. I got up to 15. and that is the CXM. 1396, 1401 on the bid ask. You get that bid over 14, and this could have a little run in it. Okay, APT. Guys, well, guys, the VERU, I mean, it takes out 13 with some volume. This could just explode again. You know, pretty decent volume actually. What time is it? 2:10. So this little volume bar right there is starting to get bigger and bigger, and it looks like it's going to be greater than the previous hours. And Saito, yeah, the CYTO over 150 again. These aren't over yet then. Okay, so that's the reason for this pop here. It did show up on Zach's topping tail scan, the AFRM. But I have to admit, I'm more interested in watching this, excuse me, the VERU, if it takes out 13 on some great volume. Well, that was a delicious short for you, Zach, the IVDA, if you're still in it. Well, I'm sorry, I've just got to focus on this VERU. I don't want to miss it if it really, really accelerates through 13 and we get some volume. I mean, just look at this little 2-minute chart here, just sort of a bit of pent up energy. Now there's no VWAP worry, no, of course, 200-day SMA worry, no worries there. Well, this is doing it, yeah. This is doing it also, the CYTO. Nicely done, Poe. Not in this one. I'm more concentrating on the VERU. I hear Lyra. It was just triggering. I hear, and it's through the 200-day moving average now, 614, 626. All right, what do we have looking left? The next high looking left is looks like it's 790 on the monthly. Is that right? Yes, on the monthly. And on the weekly, take a quick look here. Same, 724. This has got room. And it's a low float, 9 million in the float. Of course, it's a bio, another low float bio. Not a ton of volume, but that is 8.5 times normal, what it's doing today, 8.5. Not a ton of volume. And it's a bit of a, yeah, I don't like that spread. 626, 635. You get it in between an IB, that might be okay, but no, this is going. I mean, this is going. 32.39 now, bid ask. I'm not in it. 32.39 bid ask through the 200-day. I haven't even looked at what the overall markets are doing for a while now. Yeah, the NAS is down, Dow's down, everything's down. Hmm. Remember Snow Lake Resources, lithium play, LITM? Look at this. It's getting clobbered also, LITM, underneath that whole number of 6. And 3 times normal volume, almost a million shares, very, very low float, 3.8 million in the float. And the next low looking left. All right, well, Vero did not do it for me, so did not do it. Not yet anyway. I'm not gonna give up on it completely. But that's why I wait, guys. I just wait. If it didn't take out that 13, I wasn't interested. Meanwhile, yeah, the Lyra's on a run. It's like everybody's fled everything else, and now they're piled into Lyra, LYRA. Don't see any specific news on it. I'm just looking. Why I delay? I'm just looking for headlines. I know on the 8th, which was, I guess that was Friday, they raised $100 million by a private placement. So that news has been digested fairly well now. Meanwhile, THCA continues its little move. Wow, not a little move down. 1151 now. The next low looking left is 1126. Yeah, I was toying with the idea of taking this, but I did not, on the short, I did not take it. Remember, I was mentioning it at the 1180 mark, saying it had room to 11, approximately 11. But I took a pass. Okay. Thank you, Chris. So yeah, so Chris is just saying that the YouTube room will be open only until 4 today, okay? 3:30 to 4, he'll take over. He's got a meeting at 4, so. Wow, look at THCA just accelerating down. Companies going in opposite directions. THCA and Lyra on the way up. Wow. Now, why am I not in Lyra? I know why, because I was watching the VERU very, very closely and sort of let this one slide away, but it's okay. Wow. Amazing, isn't it? So now 30%. You know, it really hasn't traded very much. I mean, I know it's 12 times normal, but it's only 670,000 shares that's traded. So you've got to be really careful. The rug gets pulled on this one. And look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume. That's about a little less than a third of the day's volume right here. It's true. No, you're right. $100 million. I mean, market never likes to see a dilution, but that's a lot of money to raise for this size of a company with that float. But talk about a delayed reaction. That's not how you spell ridiculously, but there you go. There you go. The first one was in. Second one is good. I actually won a couple. Not the big ones, not the big, but always a good speller. Yeah, there are shorts at Interactive Brokers too. A lot of shorts, 140,000 shares. But you've got to be careful. I mean, there's a nice topping tail there. I mean, listen, it is not easy to, to short these tops to figure out where, but if you can, I mean, it's there's a tough spread right now, 48.63. Whoa. Guys, the Saito is actually working really. I'm not in it, but I mean, it is really working better than the other one now. VERU. It must be because it's a low float and a lot cheaper. What's happening? Okay, guys, had a momentary scare there on this Lyra short. Well, let's keep an eye on the CYTO, see if it takes out the high. It takes out that high up here. I mean, that's what traders look at. 217. I have an alert set up here. Let's see if it takes it out later on. I mean, it'll have come from a long way. I get it, but traders look at this new highs, and the only issue I've got is that 230 is the next high in the monthly chart. Now, if it can take that out, then 330, 333 is the next high. This Disafira. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Boy, this is coming off the bottom. Yeah, I don't know what happened here. If that was truly a gap down or something else happened on that week or that day. This is DCPH, but it is trying to crawl off the bottom. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1145. I mean, if it takes out, I mean, it's $1 away. I'm sticking an alert there. Probably won't happen today, but it may never happen. Whoops, what happened there? It may never happen, but I want to know about it if it does. That's why you cannot, I mean, I scalped out of this Lyra. This is really whippy now, LYRA. There's no joke, guys. You can't get into these things with low floats, be it short or be it long, and just walk away from your computer. Now, this is interesting here. I'm no longer in it, but those are two pretty big topping tails on that 5-minute chart. Again, that could be the clue. The buyers tried. Let me get a big chart up. You see what I'm talking about on the 5-minute chart? So remember what this means. The buyers had this stock right up here. to about 795. Sellers knocked it down, so closed there. The buyers stepped in again and got it up to 8. But the sellers are, well, I mean, right now there's the war. I mean, it's a battle right now. But, based on these two topping tails, you would think that at some point the buyers are going to give up for a while anyway. But, we also have a big bottoming tail here. So, oh, more than likely. You're talking about the Lyra? Probably. In terms of being gone. All right, guys, it is 2:30 now. So in about half an hour, I will be putting myself on mute. The room will be open until 3:30. But as always, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere, even at 3. So if I have to hop back on the mic, I will. Even smaller? All right. I mean, whatever it is, I mean, 9 is pretty small. So, and I would say there's no definitive number. I mean, we can go to, I haven't said this for a while, but you go to 10 different websites and probably find 10 different float numbers for that one. All these low floaters is really hard to get a handle on what the, what the true value is. I mean, I'm looking at FinViz, they say 9.6 million, so I just think it's really difficult though. But even the filings, I mean, most of these companies get the data from filings and all. So anyway, 9 million, whatever it is, if it's lower than that, I mean, it's still super low. All right, guys, so one last look at my homepage. This has been a super fast day for me anyway. Lots of action. All right, so you click on my link and this is what you'll see. First, you will see this. Let's take a look here. So if you want to take out a subscription, there is a promo code you can use, Easter20. You'll get 20% off. And just to give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs, we have the 4 plans. We have the annual, monthly, premium, and standard, all right? Difference, premium and standard is the AI, which hopefully it'll pick up in the next few weeks, but right now it's sort of non-existent. You don't have to go monthly, or sorry, you don't have to take an annual plan. In fact, do not take an annual plan. Start off with a monthly. You'll get the 20% off the first month. All right. Now, no problem. If you want to stick with a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if you do want to take on an annual plan, make sure you try us out for a month first. You'll get the 20%. And then if you decide to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 20%. So there's no mad rush to take out an annual plan. Try us out for a month, okay? And if you're going to take out a subscription or you've just taken out a subscription, please click on this, the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. Let's get started. Here's many of the crew at Trade Ideas right here, and it starts off with 10 episodes. The first one is download and installation. This will take you about 30 minutes to get through. Do yourself a favor and do it. Don't try to cut corners. Now, there are 3 free sections on my homepage. The Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, and we have all the education is here in this section, the education section. So if you spent the time to take a look at that 30-minute video, the Getting Started video, then you can go to the user guide. And then you can look at the various sections, you want to learn a little bit more about alert windows, top list windows, our stock racing feature, etc. So it's all segmented here. You can also click on the full table of contents, and this is all searchable. But don't get hung up on like you don't have to learn everything. And there's that Getting Started again. So Chris will be he takes over at 3:30 in the YouTube room. And again, today he's only going to go to 4, but typically he goes 3:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. I will put the YouTube link in at 3:30, just as I'm shutting down the main room. And the daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. And the back to basics. Watch these videos if you're new to trading. What is a stock? It starts off with, okay? So really, really basic stuff, but it's great if you're brand new to trading. All free. And last, my scans. So here are my scans right here. Okay, all the scans that I am sharing right here. And of course, we have a ton more scans that we're sharing. So, I mean, this is great. If you don't want to build your own scans to start, or ever, you can always take my scans. You can, of course, adjust them in terms of maybe a different price range or volume and all that. But we also have a lot of scans here. If you click on New from our toolbar and then click Dock Channel Bar, and these are all theme-based channels, go through them. Take a look at the Momentum channel. You might like this scan. Save it to the cloud. There's the Lyra right there. Now, why it says $8? Because the last time it made a new high was 8. It is obviously pulled back. But a lot of scans are all these different channels that we've got. You can always extract them. The ones you like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one by one and create your own layout without actually having to build anything from scratch. But as always, you want to build your own scans, of course you can. You right click on an alert window, configure, search. These are all the alerts that we have. And when you get down to these icons, these are all the filters we have. Do not get hung up on how many we have. We did it this way because most people do not want to have to learn a programming language to use a product. So we try to create enough alerts and filters. Most of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. So my recommendation is save my link. If you save my link, then you can look at the Getting Started, all my scans, all the education anytime you want. Just limited to when you're in this trading room. So just save my homepage link and you're good to go. Yeah, so a lot of these channels have disappeared because a lot of them were duplicates, okay? So it may be in the channel bar, let me see. But I know what they're trying to do is, of course, get the dock channel. Account builder was a lot like just stocks coming off the lows. So there it is. So if you want, I mean, it is here in the old channel bar, okay? It says account builder, but remember, if you click on this and you have a layout up and running, your layout will disappear. Now, again, not the end of the world as long as you save your layout. So if there was, I'm not going to do it because, my layout will disappear. So if you save your layout, make sure you save your layout, then you can go here and then you can click on it and maybe extract one of the scans from it if that's what you want to do, if that makes sense. Because again, I'm not going to do it because my layout will go. Okay. You don't have that in the chat. Seriously? Well, I don't know why I have it. I mean, what we're trying to do is get rid of all, like, we want to have one channel bar. So in the dot channel bar, it's definitely not there, right? Yeah, eventually it's going to be all the same. All right, so if you don't have it, what you can do is, it's not that it's completely disappeared. I mean, it is archived somewhere. So if you do, if you definitely want it, then all you have to do is go to our homepage, okay, and request it. Interesting that it's not in the other though. Okay, so just go to the homepage and request it. Say, hey, I'd like the account builder, and they'll give it to you. But remember, it is it's a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Yeah, KTRA, another one of these sub $1 stocks just got halted. Oh man, that's Viru is getting tasty again. It's getting so close again to that 13, that pullback, but I need volume. I need volume to take it through that 13. Ah, remember I left this was a pullback, right? Oh, no, no, it wasn't a pullback. No, no, sorry. So there's the Viru. Never got stopped out. The stop was 1110, so did not get stopped out. This is in the simulator. All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? Now, how you're going to trade this is up to you, but I mean, the 13 break was so key. I cannot reach into the computer and press that sell button for you, but I mean, we keep talking about these levels that are so important. Whew, what a day. Oh, I guess I have to look at this stupid GME, but here it is, you guys, GME. Yeah, it's starting to move again. Another range, $22 range, not today necessarily, but what did it get up to? 146, and what was the low here? Actually, only $6. What? So they raised 100 million at 1550. All right. I know you posted that earlier, Zach. I do recall. Look at that. Red bar ignored also. Red bar ignored. PTRA, what phase? Let's see, does it say? All right, was not a substrate that such as three transporters. Yeah, I don't see I don't see any reference to what phase it is here. I'm sure you read the same thing. I just can't get too interested until it hits a dollar. Oh man, guys, this I don't know. Well, maybe he's not right. Maybe that 1550 financing will be a bit of a magnet. But what did it get up to? It got up to 1457. Exactly, Zach. Yep. That's why I'm a little surprised that the HOTA shouldn't do as well, do that well. I mean, look, I mean, it's up 94%. Well, I'll have to watch it tomorrow. But it was virtually the same type of press release as SBFM, mRNA. Listen, I don't know anything about this stuff, but mRNA and cancer. So we'll have to watch this one tomorrow to see, because I mean, it's still up, almost 100%. And an extraordinary amount of shares, of course. 52 times normal, 164 million, 23 million in the float. Yeah, one of the Trade Ideas guys posted this, the Kinks 8-man official video. Is that what you were talking about? Or maybe you're not, well, anyway, I just, well, I've said it before, I said it again, I'll say it again. Nothing will surprise me about this GME if it, gets up back up to this level at some point. Nothing will surprise me, but it's just, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Spell that one, PJ. All right, guys, 2:51. So getting close to putting myself on mute. So if you have any questions, please ask them now. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that really early, that Pulte complaining that people are piling on him for, you know, supporting the stock or whatever he calls it. I saw that early. Okay, guys, so Chris has just let me know that he's actually not going to be able to make it into YouTube at all today, okay? So at 3:30, everything will be shut down. He won't be able to make it. He's got a meeting that he thought it was earlier than that, but it is not. So, yeah, I saw all of that. Man, IPOF, I haven't seen any of his for a long time. IPOF, IPOF. Yeah, there's some volume coming in. I haven't seen one of his for wow, so long. He was so hot for a few months. Anything he did was gold, but now not so much. All right, guys. So I'm just going to put the announcement in here. I will be on the mic till about 3. Yeah, this is this Pulte guy. And who knows? I mean, he'll post anything. Anyway, it's in YouTube and it's all we can say. Boy, this CYTO guys, I mean, hey, listen, if this takes out the high, which I've got up here, because the next high is 230. What did it get up to? It got up to 215. If it somehow if it rockets through that 220, 230 mark, then you look left and 333 is the next high looking left. I mean, that's still a huge percentage move potentially. So just set your alerts, set your price alerts. And then if it happens, great. If it doesn't, well, you're not trying to anticipate it happening. Hmm. So let's see. Jeff, are you in the trading room right now? I see you've had some questions and I may be able to help you. I don't know. And you know who you are, Jeff, right? I mean, you've been going back and forth. If I can help you, I'll try. You say you just got a blue header bar. Well, I can try to help you if you're in the room. Wow, CYTO. Boy, if you stuck with that IVDA short, oh man. Again, no shorts available for me on that one. Okay, guys, so I will put myself on mute. So Jeff, I don't know if you're around. I'm going to try to help you, but I don't see if you were around. So I'm going to put myself on mute now. I am here. I just have to just put myself on mute. I'll hop on the mic if need be. All right, let me hop on the mic here in YouTube. I know Chris can probably hear me. He usually takes over right now. So you're talking about docking and all. First of all, have you watched the video about docking? Okay, most of I think what you're talking about is covered there. There was no sentiment alert. I think you're talking about we used to have a channel bar, or used to have a channel devoted to sentiment, okay, social sentiment, but we don't have it anymore. I think it was answered. Somebody answered you, I thought already, NC. We don't have that we don't have the social sentiment channel anymore. But a lot of that is just, it used to track StockTwits, okay? So we don't have a relationship with StockTwits anymore. So, but if you click on my homepage link, and then go to, click on my homepage link, and then go to the education section, click here, click on that, and then go to the guide, the user guide. This is all about docking, okay? Click on the user guide. And then if you scroll to, where is it now? Docking. Okay, if you click on docking, basically it's all outlined here. I think there's some videos too. At least there used to be. Where are they? Yeah, there you go. So a lot of it is here. Okay, the questions you're answering. I don't know why there should be more here. But if you click on this will explain what docking is all about. And as far as the layout link, Sonny, I don't have a layout link, but again, if you click on my homepage, you click on my homepage and then go to the scan section. All the scans that I'm sharing are here. Okay. Okay. Let me start a doc from scratch. Okay, a doc. Maybe this will help. So I'm going to create a doc window. I'm going to go to docked window, new docked window. First thing I do is I give it a name. I'm going to call it test. Yes, I will then. Okay, hopefully you can see what I'm doing. I'm just going to call it test. Let me get rid of the script here and get rid of this. Okay, so what you want to do is, I'm assuming you want to put some alert windows in here. Okay, you can put alert windows, you can put top list windows, you can put charts, you can do, put virtually anything you want in there. But I'm surprised that the video doesn't show you exactly, but okay. Let me grab my halts resumes, okay? Here's an alert window. So all I do, because I gave it a name called test, so I take my alert window. I don't have to have it in here, but just so you can see, then you right click and duplicate into test. Duplicate into test. Mine does have to wait 30 seconds, Sonny. A new race starts every 30 seconds. Okay, so duplicate into test, because I called it test, and now it's here. Okay, now I'll take another, and now you're just going to do the same thing over and over again, as many alert windows that you want. Let me take, I mean, it doesn't matter. This is a top list window, but if it were an alert window, it doesn't matter. Same principle. You're just right click and duplicate into test, and now they're both here. Okay, as tabs. Now, if you had it, you could have, of course, not within reason. You can have a lot of alert windows in here, or top list windows, or charts. Now, here's the trick. Now that you have them as tabs, most people will want to see them instead of having to click on the tab to see everything. Now you grab the header, okay, and you see once this icon appears, now you can place it anywhere you want. Obviously, there's the right, there's above, there's to the left, and there's below. Okay, you just have to pick how you want to do it. So I'm going to pick below. So here it is. So I took it and I put it below. Now, if I don't like it there, I can just grab it again, move it up here, and now I'll pick the right arrow. Now it's beside it. Okay. If I want this one over here for some reason, I just grab it, pick the right arrow, and now it's over here. Okay. So it's just a matter of, playing around with it, but the principle is the same. You take any alert window and just right click on it and then again duplicate into the dock window that you can give it a name. I call this test. So that's why I know it's going to go into test, because I tell it to go in there. What icon are you talking about? Well, but the three lights are just showing you that get set, get ready, go. It takes 30 seconds for every race to start. Now, if you have a 10-minute race, then once the race is over, it'll take 30 seconds for a race to resume, to begin again. Okay, I think it's because you're not grabbing the header correctly. You see how I'm grabbing the header? You might be grabbing it in here. Okay, you have to grab the header, like where it says false resumes, and I'm left clicking, and now it'll appear. Okay, you have to grab the header itself. You can't grab over here. You can't grab in the mid, like in the body of it. You have to literally get to the header, like the name. Okay, and left click. Once that's highlighted, then you'll get this. You have to. If you don't, I don't know how to help you. Somebody is going to have to go into your system, because I just think it's so. I think it's because you're not grabbing it correctly. Okay, you've got to grab the name of the alert window or the top list window or whatever you're trying to move. Left click on it. Yeah, okay. So if you get that, that's what you want to see, you want to tab in the middle of the screen. You want to see this icon in the middle of the screen or over here. I mean, if it's here, there's no place for it to move. Okay, because you're grabbing it and it's thinking, well, okay, you want to move it underneath another alert window that you've got, or to the right of it, or on top of it. Obviously, if you just leave it here, nothing's going to happen. And now you have to, I know it can be a little confusing, but if you've got these two tabs up here, all you have to do is grab one, left click on it, and slide it around until you see that icon. But, okay, so I'm not sure how more I can help you. I just don't think, I think you're not grabbing it. Left click on it. When you left click on it, and keep that left click button on your mouse down, and then you should see that icon. The icon's here. If you leave it here, nothing's going to happen. Now, docking is not, it's not, you don't have to dock. Now, when you say how to okay, I've got to turn this off. I got sound alerts coming. When you say maximize it, you mean how do they show up as tabs? Maximize. You mean, okay, you mean like we have tabs here now of the two windows that I put in here? And then how do I, like, I don't understand. Okay, so you're not, okay, you're not duplicating it. I'll do it one more time, okay? You're not duplicating it then. Remember, okay, biggest gainers, okay? You've created a dock window. I've called it test. So have you been able to, okay, so you've created that. So now it's blank. Take a topless window or an alert window or, virtually anything, but, I'm going to use a top one. And when you right click on it, it's going to ask you, where do you want to duplicate it into? I want to duplicate it into test because I call this test. The minute I do that, it shows up. It's not free floating anymore. Oops. Just clear this out. So again, it's just a matter of taking, the windows that you want to put into this, into your docked window, dock window, and just make sure, you pick the ones you want, and now right click, duplicate into test. I mean, I call it test, but of course you could call it any name you want. The minute you do that, it stops. It's not a free floating window anymore. Another one, Biggest Losers, okay? Right click, duplicate into test. When you do that, these are not free floating anymore. There are now tabs up here. But again, most people, I mean, if you could leave it like this, but most people want to now see everything. They want to see all the results without having to click on the tab. So now, I can grab, as long as I grab the tab and the icon appears, now I can place it anywhere I want. I can grab the Biggest Losers, grab it. Okay, you see how I've left clicked on it and now I'm moving it around and I can place it anywhere I want. It's just a matter of selecting once that icon appears with the arrows, just pick the arrow that you want. If I want the Biggest Losers now beside this, the 10-day range, for some reason, I just grab it, left click. When I say grab, left click, hold it down on your mouse, and now you can move it anywhere you want once that icon appears. Okay, good. I'm glad that it worked. Okay. Now, what I do also, it depends how many docked windows you want. I usually give my docked windows, I name them dock to start. The reason being is that if I want to find my docked windows, if I click File, Load from Cloud, and then I just start typing in dock, D-O-C-K, here are all my docked windows that I've created, okay? That's just for me, so I can find my docked windows really quickly. So I always start off the name of it with dock or docked. And then when I do a search, I can find them wherever they are. So what Flip does is it basically takes a strategy. So for instance, this is super simple. If we look at this one, the basic new highs and lows, okay? So if I right click configure summary, I'm seeing what this is looking for, okay? So what it'll do, it will flip what can be flipped. So in other words, in this one, I'm looking for a new high. I want to flip it to a new low. You know what I'll do? I'll break it out. So I'll duplicate into a free floating window. So here it is. So let me just move this down. Okay. So it'll take this and anything that as I call it flip will be flipped. So obviously you can flip a new high to a new low. You can't flip price. I mean, how do you flip price? It's between 1 and 10, 1 and 10, 1 and 20. Current volume cannot be flipped. The volume can't be flipped, but price up at least 5% from the open can be flipped to 5% below the open. Okay, so if I click on flip, you see how what can be flipped will flip. See how that now says new low, and then that says now was down at least 5% as opposed to was up 5%. Okay, and then if you're doing that, I mean, this is what you would really do, because typically you still want this, right? You still want to see this one, but if you want to see the flipped version of it, then you would duplicate it first. Okay, you would duplicate it first, because otherwise, if you just flip this, then you don't have this one anymore. Okay, so you would duplicate it first, and then right click again, the configure, flip it. Now, what can be flipped will be flipped. You probably give it a new name, call it basic new lows, right? Now here you go. Now I would have given it a new name. So now this is the flipped version of this. What it is, it's a time saver. I mean, obviously you could start any alert window or topless window from scratch. But if you had a lot of filters in an alert window, instead of having to start everything from scratch, you just and you do want to see, okay, I want to see all these stocks moving up with a certain volume, up a certain percent. I wonder how the ones that are moving down with that volume and are down, etc. I wonder how they're doing. What I use on my ADMA and SMA, I'm sorry, I use the ADMA and the 20 SMA on my charts. Sunny, okay? And that's on all my charts. It's not just the 5-minute, it's on the 2, 5, 15, 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. Okay, guys. Well, I think again, I'll put myself on mute. Chris is probably, I don't know when he's going to be able to join you guys. Don't quite understand your question, Nancy. Typically, listen, sometimes our provider doesn't catch the reverse flip, okay? And so you might see something in the pre-market. What was the reverse flip? What stock was it? Just type the symbol in. Oh, well, I can't. Well, I don't know how I can help. I mean, sometimes you'll see a stock that's up like 400 or 500%. You go, wow! You look at that in the pre-market, and the problem is that our provider unfortunately has not adjusted for the reverse split. So there's nothing we can do, but we just have to we notify the provider and say, hey, this was a reverse split. This stock is not really up, 500%, as an example. Well, I didn't shut down the other room. Just a minute. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the script in the main trading room. All right, thanks a lot for all the help. Another very exciting day with those low floaters, and not even the low floaters, the VERU with 60 million in the float ran like crazy. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. And I still have the YouTube room open, so I just shut down the main trading room. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. If I can answer, I will. Hmm. Well, if I can understand your question, okay, so you'll notice here in this particular window that I just bought Barry's watch list up. These are the only filters that I see, and these are the filters that I see because these are the ones I guess that I use the most often. Eventually, the system learns, okay, as opposed to every single one of them. I click on more, and then now here are all the filters, absolutely every single filter that we've got, okay. But as you use the system more and more, you'll only see the filters typically that you use the most, if that's what you mean. You'll certainly see the filter headers, of everything you got here, but so is that what you mean? So if you have a header, even though you're not, if you have a header, like a column header, as if you should see them all here, but you won't see them all unless you click on more. Well, again, I don't know what you mean by override the machine. Again, it sort of learns the popular filters that you would use eventually. But you can also create an alert window or a top list window and keep it as a default. So in other words, if there were always a price range, always a minimum volume, always, okay, something that you're looking for, and you want to see that in every single window, every single alert window that you create or top list window, once you create it, and then just save it as default. Okay, and then the next time you create an alert window, or again, if it was a top list window, it'll have all your default settings, all the things that you want to see virtually every time you open an alert window or a top list window. Okay, so think of it like a template. Like for me, I mean, I'm always using a certain price range usually. I want to have a minimum volume. So I would always I would create a template that has all of those features and the columns, the filter is the columns that I would normally always want to see in every single top list window or alert window. And then I just save it as the default. So every time I create a new alert window or top list window, I don't have to, recreate everything from scratch. Well, I'm talking about individual windows. When you create your first layout, you should save it, give it a name. Okay, so when you have your layout on the screen, you've got alert windows, you've got your dock if you've been able to create it, if you've got a single stock window. Once you get a layout that you think you're going to be using most of the time, which is what I do, all right, then I just file, save or share to cloud, click on entire, and then I give it a name. I don't overwrite the default. I don't think I ever use the default. Okay. I just give it a name. I click on entire, and then I would maybe, call it NC's first layout. Sticks a bit here. Come on. So, just call it NC's first layout and save it. Now it's in the cloud. So you can see, for instance, if I file load from cloud and we have the file types and I click on layouts, you see all the different layouts that I've got. Okay, now I don't, a lot of these are test layouts, okay? So I mean, I really only have one layout that I use, but sometimes I have to give these layouts to our development people because maybe something went wrong and they want to do a test. But you know, I don't use what's called a default layout. I just give each layout I have a name. And then when you exit trade ideas, it's going to ask you exit trade when you click on file exit, it's going to ask you save layout, yes or no. I always save it, always, you know, because then when I exit and then when I load trade ideas the next time, that layout will appear. And again, I don't change layouts during the day. I have one layout that I use and that's it. But that's me. I mean, you know, that's everybody's different. And the other thing, of course, is that you can go to our dock channel bar, new dock channel bar, and you can click on the different layouts here. Okay, these are just different layouts. No, I don't have a custom formula for IPOs that start today, but I'll show you what I do, Sonny. And I think maybe, I mean, this is what I do. And I even if we had some kind of a filter for IPOs, I wouldn't use it. But because this is what I do. If I go to, just give me a moment. It just dawned on me that you might not be able to see my screen. I think Chris's screen is still up and running. Let me just get back to my screen. He can come back in, okay? Because I want to make sure you can see what I'm doing. Just give me a moment. Okay, just give me one more. Okay. So I'm going to give you this link. Okay, this is what I do for IPOs. This is an IPO calendar. So typically what I do is on Saturday or Sunday. Okay, you can do that, but this is what I do. I wouldn't use that. I mean, you can use it, but you know, for me, I'd rather know a little bit more about the IPO. So this is what I do. You can do, I mean, you can use, I know what that custom formula is all about, but this is what I do. So for instance, here's Applied Blockchain, okay? It's supposed to come out on Wednesday. You can see right there at 4:13. So it's supposed to come out on Wednesday. So what I do is this. I say, okay, APLD has 3.2 million shares that are going to be that will be issued, and the price in theory will be between about 16.5 to 20.5. And here's who's behind it. So what I do is this. I'm going to put APLD. Wouldn't you know it that okay, let me try another one. It's trading as let me try another one. EE. Here we go. So here's EE, Accelerate Energy. It's not trading yet. 16 million shares between 21 and 24. You know, some pretty big names behind it: Barclays, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, etc. Okay, so this is what I do. I say, okay, I'm going to right click. I'm going to create a price alert. I'm going to put the price alert at 1. Obviously, when it opens, it'll open greater than $1. In the notes section, I'm going to put, you know, my shorthand, 16 million shares. I know what that means. I'm going to put 21 to 24. Okay, that's the price range in which it could open. And then I'm just going to put some of the people who are behind it: JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley. Okay, a couple of big names. And now I'm going to save it. And that went into my price alerts. Let me show you what I mean. So you see at the bottom right there, when this starts to trade, if it in fact starts to trade on Thursday, it's supposed to start trading on Thursday. What'll happen is I always have my price alerts window minimized. And so when this starts trading, this window will pop up on my screen, but it gives me a lot more information than just if, we had an IPO alert, because now I can quickly look and say, okay, 16 million were issued between 21 to 24, and these are the players behind it. So for instance, what if this opened at 30? I don't have to scramble and think, boy, it just opened at 30. I wonder what the IPO price was. I wonder how many shares were issued. I've got all this little information right here. So I will never use an IPO filter. So what I do, and there are not very many, obviously, I'll do the Genius Group. Why not GNS? I think the Genius Group was, yeah, you see that this was, this has been delayed and delayed and delayed because I already have it here, GNS, and this has been delayed. I think this was supposed to, IPO, I don't know, a month ago, maybe even 2 months ago. I don't remember. So it's still here, and I can do a check. Still the same, 3.3 million, 5 to 6, 5 to 6, and it's still that boosted, okay? So I'd rather be a little more prepared when I get that price alert. And the minute I get it, and because I've got notes, I know it's an IPO. But again, that's just me. Well, it could mean the float. It's a number of shares issued. So, that's why some of these are very, very low. You'll see like this Genius. We don't know what's going to happen when it opens, but we've seen some crazy, crazy action on these IPOs the first day and second day. When they issue very few shares and it's a very low price, we've seen some of these things, go up to $70, $80 the first day. It's crazy. I don't know what's going to happen on this one or any other one that can open, but that's why I'm more interested in these ones with a low number of shares that are issued and a low price range, because the craziness can happen. Well, and again, I don't know about the float. You'd have to look at the IPO. I just rely on the number of shares being offered. Okay, and that for me is a good enough gauge. I don't know what you mean. Red to green. How do you use that bar in the chart? I don't know what you mean. You're talking about a chart or are you talking about a scan? These are scans and these are charts. So you're talking about, I don't know what you mean by turns from red to green as on the right side of a chart. I don't know what you mean by that. You're not talking about these candles. Here's a red candle, a green candle, and a red candle. You're not talking about that. That's just candlesticks. Oh, I don't have it? Okay. Well, I don't know what you mean then. If I don't have it, then it's not important. How's that? Well, okay, give me a symbol. But this is just candlestick reading, but he says that's not what he's talking about. This is just candlestick reading. Are you talking about this blue arrow? Okay, let's take a look at VERU. Talk about that little S there? No. I just don't know what you mean. What time frame? What time frame? 5 minute, 15 minute? 2-minute, daily. Well, yeah, are you talking about that little red S? That's what I asked you. Are you talking about that little red S? Well, that is just something that I did in our simulator. Okay, that's a stop that I put. Yeah, that red S is just because in the simulator, you really have to start. I mean, I really think you should. I don't know if you took the 30-minute video, but this is just in the simulator. Okay, so that is a stop, and that's why that red line is there, and that S here, 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 here. That's just something in the simulator that I did. Yeah, well, you won't have an S because you won't have an S because you haven't created a trade in it in the simulator. Okay, that's all that is. That's just telling me I got into this trade in the simulator at $12.65. My stop is at 11.10. Okay, if you're talking about maybe this is what you're talking about. Okay, you talking about these smart risk levels. There's a little red bar and a green bar. Yeah, I'm afraid I don't know. When you say Trib shows 6 and 3, I don't know. I don't know where you're seeing that. Of course, if you're talking about this green here and the red down here, the smart stop and the profit target. I don't know what you mean is one bar that changes color. I mean, you're not talking about the candlesticks, I'm assuming. So I don't know what you're talking about, one bar. So are you talking about the smarts? Are you talking about these right there? Okay, let me get a big one up. Okay, are you talking about this big green as in this is in the SPY? You talking about this green shaded area and the red shaded area? Is that what you're talking? Oh, okay. So all that is if you click on an alert, the system automatically will generate a smart stop for you and a profit target. That's all it is. You don't have to follow it, but it's basically saying when you click on an alert, you're going to get a suggested area where if the trade moves against you, where you should get out, that's the stop, and then a target. The target is just, I mean, it's not scientific at all. You'll notice maybe it's hard to see here, but that green is about double the size of the red. That's all that is. So it's just saying if you click on an alert, and this will change all day long, of course, because if the SPY was down here and I clicked on it, the smart stop would be down here. This will change. It's generated by the system. Let me just click on another to get the symbol linking going. Okay, so I clicked on ATHX. If I took this trade right here at 84 cents, they're suggesting the stop would be 81 cents and the target is 88 cents. Okay, that's all it is. It's just a guide. Well, I can't tell you about Trib. I mean, I'd have to click on an alert for Trib, and I don't. If I got into Trib right now, okay. Now, let me look on a daily chart. But on an intraday, it would say if you took this trade right here at 125, your stop is 121, and your target is 132. Okay, it's a guide. It doesn't mean you have to follow it exactly. This is AIM, I'm sorry, not TRIB, but it doesn't really matter. But TRIB, same thing. Here's your stop. There's your target. If you took the trade right here. Now, there is something called a swing exit, though. Maybe that's what it is. No, still no.
Okay, Mr. Barry, that meeting went longer than expected.
Okay. Maybe you can keep helping NC.
What are we working on here?
Well, I think he was. I think I explained the smart stop and the target profit target intraday. He may be asking now about a swing exit also. I'm not sure.
Okie
So you
dokie.
might.
I'll snag the screen share back.
Okay, I'm done.
I was surprised they had see your screen and your voice when I came in. Pleasant surprise.
Yeah. Pleasant surprise.
Right.
Okay. Okay, Chris.
Thanks,
I'll
Barry.
talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So I see the yes and the IC there, NC. So I'm guessing that swing exit that Barry was going over with you there answered that question. Smart Risk isn't calculating any shares. It's just giving you a level. Or hold on, you know what? They changed something. I know I don't use any of that stuff. Hold on, let me bring up properties. Smart Risk levels. I can't even see that there. All right, so it's just calculating a 2-for-1 essentially at 100 shares. Is what I would say. You know, $100 loss, $200 win based on the current price entry. So that's all that Smart Shares is. That's all that's calculating there. Nothing fancy to it. 2-to-1 ratio, kind of standard, I think, when you're looking at trading. And then let's see, how's it calculated? The Smart Stop is calculated using volatility and an ATR. But the exact formula of it is a locked up formula. But just essentially notes volatility and ATR. Nope, no voodoo dolls here, as far as I know. Zoom back out of that. And then NC, I know you were having some troubles with the docking earlier. I'm guessing Barry took over while I was in that meeting and got you squared away. That's what I'm surmising anyways. Let me know if that's not the case. Right now, there's no archive. We're trying to create an archive for the old channels. So that there's nowhere to go. You can give us an email and I'll see if I can get to Brad or Dan or whoever's working on the channel bar that's having those things come and go. Send an email to info at here. And if it exists still, we'll get it over to you one way or another. Also, there's been, I don't know if anybody in here has been part of it, but there's a number of emails coming in from users that you're sending them in with bad email addresses, and we can't return an email. There's no return address to get back to you folks at. So please make sure when you're sending us an email, you know, however you're sending it to us, that it's coming from the correct email address. I know some people come into our website and then use the questions and answers bubble to generate those emails. And so a lot of people lately have been typing in their email wrong on those questions. And, you know, sometimes it's clear that it was, you know, instead of .com, they put .con, but there's other times there's just a clear typo in it. And without a name attached to it or any other way for us to track you down, there's no way for us to respond back to those emails that come in bad. And there's over the last 2 weeks, there's probably about 30 emails, like 30 different individuals that have done that. So just make sure that you're entering that information correctly. Otherwise, there's really no way for us to get back in touch with you. Mike, see, I was late as well myself. I had meetings all day today. Not my ideal work scenario. I don't like meetings. I'd rather hang out and support and answer questions. No, absolutely no. I barely even looked at the market today. It was it was not my ideal Monday, to say the least. I know some stuff was going on. A few things that popped up early that I tried to make some early trades on, but never happened. VNet. Get rid of this thing. Sorry, I like nice clean charts. I don't like moving average. I don't like a lot of stuff on my charts. I'm probably even going to get rid of, as you can see on my daily chart, all I have here is a period low of 20 days here. That's the only indicator on there. Everything else I draw on myself. And on these intraday charts, I have a 20 SMA and an 8 EMA. I'm probably getting rid of them too in the near future. You got it, Anthony. I just like clean charts now. I don't want any nonsense on my charts. I'll let price and volume and my eye dictate, the levels I don't want to look at. Yeah, VERU. That thing was running all day long. It looked like there. But yeah, so I was watching VNet, shortly after the open. I was hoping that it might give me a chance here to enter, but I was never really comfortable with that. HOTH. Was that a bio today? I can't remember. I feel like Barry mentioned that one. Yeah. Nice all day fader. Real nice all day fader. You played it in the pre-market. I don't even look at pre-market. I hardly ever look at pre-market. What did it do in the pre-market? Oh, yeah. Very nice move in the pre-market. So I know it's abbreviated from me today, but Barry, grateful that Barry, he filled in for me while I was stuck in that meeting. So yeah, let me know if, fire some questions away for me here, folks. I'm a little off balance running from meeting to meeting today and not really knowing a whole lot on the market. I guess we tested 440 on the SPY, looks like. So yeah, just more of the same. Home on the range. Easy come, easy go. I mean, got the TP formation happening here. LXP, is that Lexington? No. Another trust. Oh, this REIT got hit today a little bit. Actually, just hit over the last couple of days. Sunny scanning based on news. I couldn't possibly say on either one of those. I couldn't say. The development team marches to their drum. I would say scanning based on news anytime soon is highly unlikely. That becoming a column, I'm not sure, because then we'd have to add a filter for it. because columns are essentially filters, whether they're an alert filter or a regular filter. So I'm not really sure if that's how doable any of that is, Sonny, to be honest with you. That's outside of my division. A list of stocks that have news today. We're working on what we call a welcoming page, so when people log in the morning, it'll have, things that we're looking at and talking about and stuff like that. So it might be plugged into some kind of API for news that might populate it there. But for now, news is just going to be this tab here, and on the single stock window. For us, finding a news partner that is cost efficient and with a proper working API is not easy, especially having just lowered all of our prices recently. So I think that's going to be one of, there's a twofold to it. One is the developmental side, that they have a usable, workable API that we can get into, and that's well supported, which unfortunately is not the case for a lot of people or a lot of entities. And two is the cost of entering that API and contract agreement with anybody. Data is the new gold. P10, I own it. Not thrilled about the price action on it today overall. If someone asks why I'm not thrilled, this is why. It was down and UNG was very up, and that I don't like that. It seems to be more tied to the XOP, I would say, than UNG, which is fine. I would have liked to have seen it catch more wind, but I own it. I'm not selling it. I have a base position that I'm trading in and out of for a long time, or not a long time, but for some time now. So I'm going to hold that core and trade around it. But so P10 is not going anywhere. I mean, I've got my stop. I'll continue to bump it up, and if I get stopped out, so be it. On my core position, but overall, I mean, you have to think that natural gas has got to take a breather. I mean, that's the belief, anyways, that I have. But as I mentioned earlier today, it just seems like things that look like they need to take a breather don't, and things that look like they're setting up are not. And here's an example of needing a breather, and I don't know that we're going to get it. I don't know if I have an example off the top of my head of. No, I don't have any stocks that, an example off my top of my head where it just keeps running. Wait, hold on. CRN, is that it? CNR? No. There was something I was looking at today on the earlier session that I did that started with the C and had an R in it, maybe. I'd be damned if I can find it now. Maybe it's CRK. All right, so here's one that you would think needs to take a breather here. This big move up, and you thought maybe you get the breather here, but nope. And it was like you could call that a breather right there, but still just pushing up that whole time, and so it just continues to move up. Where GDX, looks like it's ready to go, but just really, it's got these spurts and it gives it a pullback, and then, a bit of a grind up, gives it right back, and so this isn't like, really going like I thought it would explode out of here on GDX, and several other miners are like that as well. SSRM, maybe that was one that I was thinking about today. Yeah, kind of. So, the setup's there, but they're just all these miners, all these quote unquote inflation hedges just aren't really moving. No, my stops are generally based on pivot lines for swing trading. Not EMA, not any moving average. Moving average is, if I'm day trading, it'd probably be more opt to use a moving average. Use one of these two moving averages based on how I'm share sizing. That's how I would do it, or that is how I do it. You know, when I'm swing trading, I'm taking smaller positions and much wider stops because I'm looking for bigger moves. Or when I'm entering a swing position, that's generally how I'll do it. Here's something that popped up actually today. That was kind of interesting. Not doing it, but it's a tasty looking gap on that right there. It's been a while since that gap happened, and it's been fighting to try to get into this gap a few times. The problem is it's a bio, and that's why this happened. This happened because it's a bio or pharmaceutical. Same thing, pharmaceuticals and bios. The same results can happen. But you know, you figure you're down here at $10 already. You know, if you stuck at a stop at like, let's say $5 or something like that, you know, how much damage can really be done to you? You know, and it can, again, this is, you know, account relative, experience relative, and things like that. You know, someone who's been trading for a month versus someone who's been trading for 5 years versus someone who's been trading for 15 years are all going to have different perspectives on these different items. And, you know, this is where I want to caution, especially bios and pharmaceuticals. All right. This is a stock I've done very well trading over the last year and a half. All right. And I've done a lot of swing positions in this. All right. And I've been fortunate enough to not have this happen to me in this stock. I was not in this when this happened, but I know a trader who was. And luckily, they'd had this big day. I think they took a position somewhere in one of these days here. This big day happened. They sold 80% of their positions. 80% of the position, and then this happened with 20% of their position. And that 20% that you're holding, when a move like that happens, could wipe out that great move that happened on the 80%. And why? Biological product, pharmaceutical manufacturing. You just never know when that's going to happen. And the knife can cut both ways in a good way, where you could wake up and you were here, and you could wake up and be here on it too. But you have to ask yourself, that risk, is it really worth the shot at that reward? And in all honesty, you're more likely to see this happen than this happen. And that's just the way the cards shake out on the hands that are dealt. So, you know, that's why in the trader's eye, we're absolutely not putting bios in unless someone wants to go through, which I'm not going to, and do all the research on the bio and what they have in for trials and all those things like that, because you don't want to wake up and see this happen. That's all there is to it. GDX reminds me, actually, do you ever use a horseshoe scan in trade? No, I don't use it. I like to look for them on my own. You know, I look, you know, I have the couple of scans that I like to use in the evening to look for charts and go through those charts and stick hearts on them and mark things up and put them on watch lists and things like that. I kind of stick to what my bread and butter is for those things. But there's nothing wrong with using any of those scans. I just happen to have the ones that I like, you know, and so I kind of stick to that. Am I using a Trade Ideas beta version? Reason why I'm asking is, yeah, I'm on a beta version. I'm several versions up ahead of you folks. I think you're on at the max. You folks could be on is 5.5.69. I think I'm on 0.76 right now. So. You know, there continues to be bugs in the system that we're working out before we can get that out to you folks. So that's why, Sonny. That's why I have the stoplights versus what you have right now. I don't think one is better than the other. They just offer very different things in general. I mean, if you look at most ETFs, you know, they're kind of slow rolling creepers. You know, you have your moments like what UNG has done here, but know that that knife cuts both ways. UNG happens to be one of those ones that can really spike and move up all over the place, both directions. So again, cutting both ways versus let's look at something like the XLF. All right. You know, let's take a real peel out on this and look at it on a percent basis here. You know, we're going all the way back to, you know, the COVID crisis to here. That's $20 in over 2 years. That's not exactly a huge move in 2 years, $20. All right. So, you know, there's that. And then, you know, does this pay out a dividend and reinvesting the dividend of that? You know, these are all things you got to factor in. All right. You know, would you have rather been reinvested? Would you rather have been invested in this off that bottom, or would you rather have been invested in this? You know, I don't think there's any question on what you'd rather have been invested in on those two items right there. And we got to go back. more to see this here. Which would you have rather been in? Would you have rather been in? Now you got to consider this as adjusted for splits, but all the same, would you have rather been in Apple at, let's say, $60 up to 160 as an investment, or the XLF up that $20? You know what I mean? So you'd have to be able to stomach these whipsaws and things like that. So both offer completely different things for completely different risk appetites, and neither, I would not say one is better than the other. So that those are the kind of things that you need to look at with that kind of stuff. The same thing. Look at GLD. Realistically, where's GLD gone in the last couple of years? We're going back to 2020 here. It's way up here, and we're not even up to those highs of 2020 still after 2 years. So I think, that's kind of how that works. And, ETFs can be used as a hedge against your long stock position. So, for example, you be long the market, several different stocks, but you could be short like a TZA, you know what I mean? Something like this. To hedge against these short-term moves down, or hedge against, I won't say these short-term moves down, because really we have more kind of a sideways down movement for a long time now, or for a while now anyways, compared to, compared to some of these moves up that we've seen in the past. So that's kind of the things that I would point out. I think the best way to get question answers is, one, obviously come here and we talk it out and talk it through like this. And then, in your what I would call shower moments, whether it's actually in the shower or on a long walk or you're journaling or whatever it happens to be that is your muse for getting your mind spinning and asking these questions, ask yourself these questions and then start to play things out. That's what I do a lot of times. One of the things that changed a lot of what I personally do, how I evaluate things, how I look at things, is one time I was in one of the 5 o'clock Trade of the Week webinars years ago, Steve Gomez hosting it. And I asked him to look at a chart for me, and he gave me his 2 cents on it. And then he said, I'm going to do you one better. Ask yourself, what do you see in the chart? And that's what I started doing, to everything I do with every chart or anything in life in general. What do I actually see? Not what did CNBC tell me, not what did, Wall Street Journal tell me, not what anybody else told me. What did I see in the chart, and what do I currently see in the chart? And how does this chart benefit me or not benefit me on a risk cost basis for what my plan is, essentially? And so that's, what I've really turned it on to. It's funny, since, the more I ask myself questions and try to hatch them out and answer them myself, the less I ask other people questions as far as those kinds of items go. I like to bounce things off of people for, I guess, I won't call it confirmation bias, but just to get that, unobjective opinion, like what we're doing in here. So I guess a lot of my bouncing off of things comes with you folks here and asking me questions and then answering them, because it gets my wheel spinning in that sense and putting myself in your shoes, asking the questions. Kind of a symbiotic relationship with it. So no, that's why I preach community and why I do what I do on these live streams, because you folks asking questions helps me answer some of my own questions, actually. If you don't bring that up there, TRD, then I don't start to think about, it just kind of popped in my head where you can have these long plays in stocks that you believe in a stock as a trade or an investment over 6 or 7 or 8 or 12 months, whatever it is, as a trade, and you're a believer in it in that sense. And, you're holding that position or adding to it and still hold that, and then play the market to the short side with things like a TZA, for example. It kind of just, like I said, you asking that question pops this into my head like that. I saw a few phishing scans in the vault. Are they looking at earnings? I believe so. I'm going to end on this note. Let me see. I think I have something in my cloud from, those are Andy scans, but so yeah, there's 2 different ones. Let's go phishing. Let me load that up here. These are all in the Traders Vault. Configure. Oops, not selected alerts. Hide unused. So what did Andy do in here? Cash to debt ratio. I knew it was something like that. All right, so he's looking at cash to debt ratio in this, and you want to see, companies that are healthy have a healthy cash to debt ratio. That may be not so hot on the year, essentially. So we're looking at stuff that it's recently up, all right, but it's down overall over the past year, all right. And then you're not looking at anything that's too high on that cash, that price to earnings ratio, and the cash to debt ratio is healthy, at least healthy looking. So it's essentially what it's looking for. It's looking for stocks that are overall beat up on a long term, have made a short term move up, and have a healthy book, healthy reported earnings book, essentially, or healthy reported fundamental book. That's the word I was looking for. On the other one here, what's the other? The revenue growth fishing, right? I had nothing even coming through this one right now. Excuse me. So we're looking at stocks here. They are 70% above the low of the 10-day range, but they're beat up on a 3-month range. Quarterly revenue growth. All right, yeah. So you're looking at quarterly revenue growth. It's up 17% from last year at least. And they threw a 3-month average volume in there. So stuff that's liquid. So you don't have things that are, pumping or faking numbers on you with no volume or no liquidity coming through there. And so that's what he's looking at on those here. So two different ways to kind of slice the same fruit, essentially. And scans like this can be useful, where you want to find things that have healthy fundamentals, healthy underlying fundamentals, maybe haven't performed as well as they could have over the last little bit, but are now waking up because people are looking for that value as a flight to safety. I was just in a meeting. That's why I was late to all this. Some different wealth forums and things like that. And, discussion was going on in there in different funds and for 401ks and things like that, where, this is a very tough time with the Fed is very, very handcuffed and, without getting into a whole bunch of economic stuff, but essentially, you can't expand money supply like what has been done over the last couple of years, have all these supply chain issues, and think that just raising the rates 0.25% or 0.5% is going to fix anything. And at the same time, they can't just rip the Band-Aid off either in twofold. The Fed has been buying bonds for over 10 years, propping up, falsely propping up asset prices, essentially. And so if they stop buying the bonds and inflating those asset prices and supporting those asset prices, what happens to all the underlying securities that follow along with it? So at the same time, them not buying bonds can tank the market, and raising rates at the same time can tank the market. All the while, it won't do any kind of short-term combating of inflation. So there's a big discussion that was going on that I was, listening in on a meeting from some wealth advisors about these kinds of things, and places to try to find somewhere safe, essentially, to be. And it's hard to find those safe places. That's why you look at companies that do look good on their books, have a history of being healthy, and not as necessarily a place to go and make a bunch of money, but these are the kinds of companies that you want to look at to park money in, so that your cash isn't just being destroyed, and you're not going chasing after, growth companies that are losing money hand over fist, and that can no longer raise debt because the environment to raise debt's no longer there. When interest rates are cheap, when they're low, it's easy to raise debt. When they're high, it's harder to raise debt. And on top of that, when you don't have someone like the Fed propping up asset prices because they're no longer going to buy bonds, you have a twofold situation here that's a knife cutting both ways. So that's kind of what was going on that was involved in earlier. Do I think it's a good idea to look at these phishing scans for potential setups, or just a few? No, I think it's as good as any scans to look at. We're we're in a really tough environment. Look at this, it's just as simple as we're in a really tough environment. Where do you go? And people that are trying to swing trade or have longer investments right now, you're getting chopped to pieces right now. Right. So people who are managing and directing their own money right now, what's the safe haven for you? It's really hard to find any safe haven right now. That's exactly it, and at the same time, it's like, well, I don't want to sit in cash because at 8% inflation, probably really we're at 10, 11 or 12% inflation in all honesty. Where do you go? Where do you put this cash that you're sitting on? And at the same time, if I put the cash to work and then those positions are losing faster than inflation's eating me, then what do I do? And so these are the tough questions when it comes to long-term money management and things like that, you have to, ask yourself. And if these are things you don't understand, hopefully you have an advisor or someone that can help you with these questions. I'm not that person though. So that's that. So, all right, folks, I'm going to wrap up for the day here. Appreciate you all popping in and bearing with me on an awkward day. Tomorrow will be a Zoom day. And as far as I know, back to the regular schedule program for Tuesdays on Zoom. So stay safe out there. Don't rush into anything. This tough environment will eventually end. The people that were patient and navigating it and didn't run into things and didn't overthink things, I think, are the ones that will get through it and survive. And like I've said in the past, I feel bad for anybody that's just starting out right now. It's not a great environment to start out right now, and sitting on that sideline and letting inflation maybe eat you may be better than jumping into anything you don't understand. Rick Harrison says in Pawn Stars, a little bit of knowledge can be a dangerous thing. So, all right, thanks, folks. We'll catch you tomorrow, and everybody stay safe. Have a great Monday afternoon, evening, wherever you are, and we'll see you on the flip side. Take care.